Hello and welcome to the beautiful Merchant Taylors School for day 3 of this county championship match between Middlesex and Worcestershire. And what a day we have in prospect as well. This game is perfectly poised. Middlesex have a lead of 177 in their second innings and they have 4 wickets remaining. I'm Matt Kabir-Floyd. This is Kevin Hand. He's been here all week, but I've just come here for the first time in this game, Kevin, and I've forgotten how lovely it is here. It's amazing.
It's amazing, that shot. They shouldn't have put us up, should they? Because that shot was fantastic to begin with. It's a lovely ground, isn't it? And it's lovely in this weather as well. And crucially, I think it's been lovely for the batters in this weather because a bit of overcast weather this week, and actually maybe none of us would have been here today, Floydie. So, yeah, it's been a fascinating couple of days, cricket, and it really has, because we just had a chat before we came on air now. You know, those first inning score, they could have been an awful lot lower. And that seems strange to say, because then you think, well, that was a dreadful pitch. But then equally, there are a few batters who will look back on shots and moments. That terrible run out on the first morning for Middlesex, where they were 6 down on the first morning, and maximum probably should have been 4 down on that first morning. And maybe they've put together a bigger first inning score. They're putting together a bigger second inning score at the moment, though, and that's quite crucial, because I think Worcestershire overnight on day 2. Going to day 3, they know they're up against it.
Yeah, Middlesex are in a good position at the moment because with the bat, they made a bit of a recovery yesterday. A good start, then a bit of recovery towards the end as well. Let's show you what happened then on day 2 here.
4 for Roland Jones as Middlesex edge ahead. Luke Holman's 62 and Tom Helm's 50 were somewhat outliers on a day that saw 15 wickets tumble for just 288 runs. The Middlesex pair's rescue job matched by Ed Barnard and Gareth Roderick, who came together with a score 49 for 5 and were still there at the end of day 1. The pair's 100 for 5, 88 runs in arrears. The 6th wicket duo resumed and started patiently, the deficit dropping down to 68 when Middlesex made the breakthrough. Roderick out-caught by Robson off the bowling of Helm, the start to the day the hosts wanted. Joe Leach would add just 7 before he too had to go, caught by Simpson off the bowling of Murtagh. Ed Barnard remained though, once again putting in a battling effort for Worcestershire, and once again his exertions came with the reward of a 50, reached as he ran Helm down to third man for a quick single, an excellent knock in difficult circumstances. Josh Baker proved to be the perfect foil for Barnard. Not afraid to tuck into the Middlesex bowling, the pair started to make it look much easier than it had throughout the opening day, and after 41 minutes together, they played their way to a 59-ball 50 partnership. The deficit was almost erased when Baker chipped a catch to Davis off the bowling of Roland Jones, and an innings that had threatened to go off the rails was now heading for a pair's lead. Morris fell in similar style, Davis underneath it again to see the number 10 go for 2, and Roland Jones wrapped it up before the end of the over. Simpson had to take evasive action as the stumps were clattered. Bales flew towards the keeper. Worcestershire all out for 191, their lead just 3. After less than 4 sessions, we'd reached the halfway point in the match. Barnard the pair's hero with 69 not out. Roland Jones once again impressing with the ball with his 4 for 60. Stoneman and Robson navigated the 3 overs remaining before lunch without incident, wandering in on 6 for none, the hosts back in the lead. The advantage multiplied at the resumption, Stoneman and Robson off to a steady start, keenly aware of the pace at which the match had raced along. With 4 for Robson, slapped through point, Middlesex went to 50, but the partnership was about to come to an end. Stoneman sent Pennington's delivery high into the air, and Morris was underneath it, the opener out for 27, a first breakthrough for the pairs. It was 2 wickets in 3 balls. Davis out for a duck when Barnard raced from the end of the slip cordon to take the catch. White joined Robson, and the pairs were denied, their defence solid. Risky shots left back in the pavilion, and progress slow and steady. They got as far as 73 when Joe Leach got across well for a one-handed catch off his own bowling to remove Robson for 35. Holden joined White in the middle, 100 in their sights, but the number 5 couldn't get there, out-bowled by one that spat out of the footholes. Simpson put 3 figures on the board before tea, 4 off Baker heading the way of the ice cream van on the leg side boundary. And when they walked in for the break, Middlesex had a lead of 107, the score 110 for 4. The tight tussle continued. White and Simpson recognised the delicate nature of their existence after the break with watchful but effective batting. But Worcestershire had the wicket they were looking for, and White had to go for 37. The game opened up, Simpson followed, caught by Haynes in the wide brim hat off the bowling of Pennington. First innings hero Holman now had Roland Jones at the other end, the match now delicately poised, and the batting reflected that, which fared them well through to the close. Middlesex finishing the day on 180 for 6, their lead 177, with 4 wickets in hand. It looks an almost certainty that we'll see a finish on day 3, but it's anyone's guess which way this will go, with both sides confident. At the moment, Middlesex are in pole position, but this could all change in a moment, as it has done throughout both days of this enthralling contest so far.
Another good day for Toby Rowland-Jones. He is now the leading wicket taker in the county championship. What a season he's having, and he spoke to us at the end of play yesterday.
Toby Rowland-Jones, thanks for joining us at the end of day 2 here at Merchant Taylors against Worcester. Toby, we started the day with visitors 5 down. The important thing this morning was we got those wickets early. 3 for yourself today, very well bowled, finishing 4 for 60.
Yeah, probably you know, a bit fortunate myself to end up taking the wickets at the end there. I thought sort of Mertz and Helmy, you know, set the tone pretty nicely, did what we'd set out to do, were nice and patient, and you know, when we got our wickets, we got them in bundles, which we'd spoken about. And then yeah, I think the way that we finished off the tail, at least the positive was that, you know, we found parity after that first innings, and then we felt like we could drive the game in the 3rd innings. So yeah, all around a pretty positive morning.
Absolutely, it's very much looked like a pitch where there's plenty of assistance for the bowlers with the new ball. Once that hardness goes off the ball after 25-30 overs, batting looks to become an easier prospect. How have you found bowling with it?
Yeah, you're probably right there. I think the one thing is that no batter feels fully in, and I think, you know, a lot of guys have found it hard to really kick on and make the biggest scores, barring a few guys obviously. So I think from that side it's a case of just, you know, from the bowler's angle, it's keeping things as simple as you can, looking to just, you know, keep hitting your good areas and knowing that there are just enough good balls in there.
I was lucky enough to witness your debut for Middlesex many years ago.
Struggle to remember.
Indeed. Well, looking at your stats, you're on to 40 wickets now for the season at 18. It's your best season since 2017, when you took 45 at 27. How are you feeling in yourself? Because to me, you're looking like you're bowling as well as you have ever.
Yeah, it's certainly somewhere close. If it isn't, it's obviously really nice, you know, in those years in the middle, haven't played as much or bowled as well as I would have liked. So yeah, it's certainly been nice to string a good number of games together. And I guess, like you said, you know, found rhythm reasonably early in the season. I think I've always been someone who, you know, once I do find that I tend to sort of stick on it for a little while. So yeah, it's been obviously really pleasing, particularly sort of, you know, the stretch of the season, dipping in and out of formats and some extended rest periods. So yeah, not always the easiest to pick back up, and yeah, just pleased the body's holding up, and yeah, plenty more games to still go to keep adding to that.
Absolutely right. You mentioned how difficult it is, Toby, to get settled out there as a batsman. An important partnership with yourself and Luke Holman there. You put on 41 for the 7th wicket, unbeaten as stumps were drawn early. You start again tomorrow morning. Talking of Luke and batting with him, he's really stepped up. I interviewed him last night. What do you make of him as a young prospect? He's obviously really stepped up to the side.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. I think, you know, it's a great combination of good technique and ability, and also just a really good game awareness for someone who's pretty new into the game. I think he's at the moment batting with great clarity and shot selection, and yeah, really enjoy batting with him. You know, haven't always stuck with him the other few times that I've been out there, so it's nice today to really try and dig in and make sure I was there for him in the morning with the way that he's batting. So yeah, it's been great to see. I think he's someone who's always sort of grown up and playing. He's been a scrappy cricketer as well as someone who puts big numbers together. So yeah, certainly on a wicket like that, he's proved as able as anyone. So it's a credit to him.
Absolutely. A really important session tomorrow morning. I think we're already about 180 ahead. Can't verify that because I'm looking at the scoreboard behind you and it seems to
you're
stop
all right,
working.
yeah.
But 180 up. This has looked like a difficult wicket to bat on all the way through. What's the target we're looking to set tomorrow? We're looking 200 plus, obviously. 250 average?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to put numbers on it. I think obviously from a starting point, it's always nice to feel like, you know, the highest score of the game, you know, is going to be required for the last innings. So fingers crossed we can start there. And yeah, I think for us tomorrow, it's just trying not to set too many boundaries to it. I think, you know, when me and Lukey came together there, you know, our mindset was just to keep it as simple as possible. Next ball, and you know, when I think you get certain processes right or you stick to them, it's amazing how much that that does start adding up together. Even though I was seen to be going nowhere, it was great to see Lukey, you know, reaping his rewards the other end. So yeah, I think anything we can eke upwards of 200, 220 would be a real plus. And yeah, then it's down to us to find those consistent patches with the ball and yeah, hopefully make life as difficult as possible.
For sure. One last one, Toby, on your good mate Stephen Eskenazi. He made his debut today for England Lions. Don't know whether you've heard, but he hit the winning runs, finished on 50 not out. You must be stoked for him.
Yeah, I'm not a bad friend. I was batting while he was probably from about 20 upwards. So yeah, great for him. You know, I know the boys here were doing their best to sort of get across both games, us out there, and obviously how he was getting on down in Taunton. So no, great for him. Great to always see guys from the club and, you know, getting their rewards and moving up in the game. And you know, he's someone whose white ball skills have grown immensely over the last sort of 2 to 3 years. So yeah, glad to see him getting a go, and he's certainly someone who's got the game and also the mentality to keep progressing.
Door still open for yourself with an England return?
Snuck that in. Not something I'm thinking about, to be honest. You know, anything can happen in this day and age, but I just think first and foremost, you know, you get the most out of the game by playing for the right reasons and enjoying what you're doing each day, and anything further sort of looks after itself. So yeah, as long as I can keep doing that and keep targeting wins for Middlesex, then anything's possible, I guess.
Couldn't agree with you more. Toby, thanks so much for your time. All the very best luck tomorrow. I hope it goes well.
Cheers, thank you.
So as you can see, the players on their way out already. Another nice day here in Northwood, North London, Merchant Taylors School. You can see it's been a cracking few days too. The outfield's pretty parched at the moment. Very fast as well, it'll be. So Toby Rowland-Jones, heard from him there just there. He's got a job to do with the bat at the moment. He is 6 not out. Luke Holman 37 not out. And they touched on it there, Kevin, about what's going to be a really good target to set Worcestershire here. 250 was mentioned by Steve Fletcher there. In truth, is anything over 200 on this pitch going to be very hard to chase down?
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting, isn't it? There's kind of an on-record chat and an off-the-record chat often in these situations. You don't want to kind of broadcast to the opposition what you're thinking. But funnily enough, both Angus Fraser and Alex Gibman yesterday had put quite similar scores on the board, actually. So they were quite honest scores. Gus in the morning just said, look, anything that begins with a 2, Middlesex will be happy. They'll think, yeah, if Worcestershire chase down anything beginning with a 2, then you kind of say, well done, and you look at yourself and say, what did you do wrong? Because they shouldn't be chasing that down this. And Alex Gibbon went as far as to say, if they get 160 ahead, then Worcestershire in trouble. The lead 177. Worcestershire have got to work incredibly fast this morning to keep this as a reasonable contest. Otherwise, you're looking towards a situation where you're looking more for an oddity to chase down 200 in this situation, or for the pitch to considerably flatten out, which it's shown no signs of for 2 days. Morris, one of the key performers. It's been a good pitch for all of the seamers in this match, actually. I think all of them quite happy with this surface. It suits them all quite well. Rowland-Jones on strike. There's a little bit of movement in the game. Got that excitement of the field. And that's what they'll straight away look for. And you mentioned it as well a moment ago to me. 15 overs to the second new ball, Floyd, and that's going to be massive as well. But equally in 15 overs time, if Rowland-Jones, he's only 6 from 33, but if he starts to go at it this morning, Holman scoring at a good strike rate, I don't really think Worcestershire have got an hour here to play with. I think they need a lot to happen in this hour before that new ball becomes available. By the time it gets to that, it's almost a last throw of the dice, I'd fancy, for the visitors, if they're relying on the new ball to try and get through some serious wickets still.
And Middlesex's tactics before that new ball are going to be really interesting as well. We mentioned in our little social media video before we went on that one innings here, in a low-scoring game like this, one innings of 50-60 from a lower-order player can just take the whole match away from you. So I expect Luke Holman to just bat properly, as he has done. He's played really well. But maybe it might be worth Rowland-Jones or Helm, who's in good form, or even Umesh Yadav, just before the new ball goes, to have a bit of a dip here maybe. See if they can get a quick 30. Make a big difference, that would.
Now there he goes. Flays at one outside off. That's how he fell in the first innings, Roland Jones. But that is his game. That flowing back wide outside off doesn't necessarily need foot movement. He's a tall man, that long reach of his.
Yeah, he saw the width, didn't he, on offer, and it was a good length delivery. So on the up, but when you get width like that and there isn't a cover point in place, there's a bit of a gap there. He took advantage. I think that's a good tactic. Already showing his intentions, Toby Roland Jones. I think he's at his best when he is free flowing and puts the bad ball away.
Oh, he's got him. Nips one back in, and there you go. That seam movement straight away again on the third morning. Ball dipping back in off the surface, and Roland Jones gone for 10.
Great comeback from Charlie Morris, really was. First delivery bowled this morning, just angled in, nipped in a little bit towards the stumps of Toby Roland Jones, and that one has nipped in a long way. Previous delivery swung away. This one has nipped in off the seam big time. Hasn't even hit the inside edge. That's just rocketed straight into off stump. That might have been too good for a batsman in the top 4 or 5. Yeah, good delivery that. Off stump, right out of the ground. Just shows still plenty in this pitch.
It's actually good news for Middlesex, isn't it? 184 for 7, and seam movement still to the 4 out there. Tom Helm, the new batter, 50 in the first innings, unbeaten, his second first-class 50. Holman in the background, having registered a 4th first-class 50. Has the towel on, wipes the sweat away. They'll feel still a job to do, but again, that ball, Worcestershire, when they were batting and there was still a bit of seam movement out there, actually they were quite delighted because they know this is going to be a low-scoring one, and they want it to be a low-scoring one, just to give them that chance of that partnership, of that individual score in the final innings. So even when they were in their first innings and the ball was nipping about, their hope was just keep letting it do exactly what it's doing all the way through the match, and it's a bit of a shootout, to be honest, between both. And likewise now for Middlesex, they see that wicket go down in that fashion. Disappointed, of course, for Roland Jones, but actually from the match perspective, they won't be massively disappointed. Fuller from Morris up there to test Helm. Drops first ball in the first innings, put down at 3rd slip. Barnard shelled one, which proved very, very costly in a low-scoring game. An unbeaten 50 for that man back from injury. Have his best time up at Trent Bridge. He's away, end of the opening over. A boundary and a wicket in consecutive balls. Roland Jones gone for 10. And Middlesex 184 for 7.
So Luke Holman's got a bit of thinking to do, but he played really well yesterday. He played really well in the first innings as well. He's got to grips with this pitch better than the vast majority of batsmen we've seen so far in this game. So far, I don't think there's any need for him to do anything too different at the moment. Just carry on batting. He's in good form. Put the bad ball away as he has done. Maybe if another wicket goes down at the other end, then he might think about changing up. But for the moment, I think it's as per. Dylan Pennington has been the most incisive bowler for Worcestershire in this innings. 3 for 27 off 13 overs. Bit of pace. Got a really nasty delivery yesterday to Jack Davis that reared up and hit him on the glove. Dismissed him from the same angle. So maybe that's something that's in the left-handed Holman's mind.
He's played a game of his own here almost, Holman. What is it? His aggregate for the match is 99 now, isn't it? He really has looked relatively untroubled on a pitch where the bowlers are constantly in the game. And it's really quite incredible. A mark of where the 21-year-old is reaching, the heights he's reaching this year. Another 50 here in this innings. And, well, I certainly think Young Player of the Year, he's possibly nailed it already. That's beautiful. Just off with the bat. Over pitch from Pennington. And Holman has been doing that all game long, into the 40s.
Oh, this was just easy as you like, wasn't it? Just casual, eased into it. Slightly on the up. You'd say maybe a half volley, but not a long half volley. And that was just all timing. That shot in itself shows you how confident Luke Holman is right now. That one's not bounced at all, has it? Seemed away too from the left-hander. That will be a slight concern, not just for Middlesex, but for Worcestershire's batsman too. Don't think he rolled his fingers on it. No, he didn't. Started to swing away from the left-hander, then pitched and went straight along the ground and seemed away a little bit as well. Not in a dangerous area, so not a massive concern, but
yeah, there's go down the hill, Pennington. Sort of hugely pronounced slope here. But there was one up the hill yesterday, which was on the stumps. Sam Robson managed to keep it out with the toe end of his bat. It's been the only one on the stump so far that the batters have had to worry about. But again, that's what Worcestershire are up against. Middlesex, in some ways you'd say, right, we'll bowl at the stumps then. But in a low-scoring game, it goes back to exactly what we were saying, Floydie, about one batter, one partnership. You bowl at the stumps, well, that's where runs are scored, off the stumps. So it will be fascinating to watch. If they get off to a good start, then you fancy it'll be nervy. You just don't feel that Worcestershire can afford whatever it is they're chasing to get off to a bad start, or there shouldn't really be a way back with the pressure that will be on in the chase. Just going down. Just going down. Around the wicket to the left-hander. So we saw that drive earlier in the over. He doesn't get a long way across.
It swung a bit, didn't it? Yeah, just a bit too much. I don't think it was a million miles away. Keeper was definitely interested, but yeah, you'd say certainly missing leg stump. That wasn't a bad over after that 4 that went through cover actually from Pennington. He got a couple to go away from the left-hander, and then that one swung into him. He dragged Holman across his stumps and then tried to pin him.
One thing that both sides I think have reflected in this game, and Alex Gibman kind of backed it up yesterday on the mic, that it wasn't just Gus Fraser being grumpy. Just keep hitting the top of off stump on this pitch. Everything's there for you. And Gus and I discussed it at length. There's the old adage, or whether it's a cliche, just keep hitting the top of off stump. There isn't much more that you need to do on this surface. As you saw with that dismissal of Roland Jones, if you can keep it there or thereabouts, there's not far the batter can go without taking huge risks to try and score runs. I think for a flat one where you have to put in a few bumpers or a few Yorkers, think about field positions. Day one, we didn't talk about the field at all, because it was all about, can they just keep the ball on the top of off stump? If it's a long half volley, as you mentioned with that Holman one nearly was, the batter's got every right and almost the onus is on them. If there is a little bit of width, if there is a half volley there, you've got to go with it. You've got to find the runs where you can in a low scoring game. But I think when Middlesex come out to bowl, they will. They'll just be saying basics, basics, basics. Just keep hitting the top of the off stump. And right now, in the moment, I think Worcestershire will equally know if they can just pick up one of these two, actually things will start to happen quickly. Then that shot that Yadav played in the first innings, skied one early on. Crucially, is just break this partnership, and things will have to happen quickly, almost for whoever's left, Holman or Helm. They'll feel a pressure to get on with it a bit.
I think psychologically a lead of 200 is going to be quite important here. There's just something about it, isn't there? A lead in the hundreds, even if it's 190, just feels different to a lead of 210.
It was a lovely moment yesterday, where Middlesex came out trailing by 3 to start their second innings with 3 overs to go before lunch, and the first ball was just eased away, angle bat, soft hands, a little edgily, but gave himself all the chances that he was going to be in the right position, Stoneman. Middlesex off the mark, first ball and into the lead. Oh, that one doesn't get up again. And that's up the hill. So we're talking about up the hill. When it dies up the hill, that's when batters are more so unnerved.
It was a good length though, wasn't it? It was just that in-betweeny length. Helm wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. Got to remember, this is a school pitch, so it's not that surprising that the odd one's going to keep low, the odd one's going to rear up. It's not been a minefield by any stretch of the imagination at all. You can get runs on it. Just not quite as consistent as Lawes.
Tailed in and gone. Just a little bit through the air on that one as well. We mentioned there wasn't too much through the air on day one. That one looked as though it was through the air at first as it tailed into Helm, and he's clipped it straight to mid-on.
Not the first batsman to be out caught clipping on the leg side in this game. Tom Helm got a decent piece of this. It wasn't right off the middle, but it was somewhere near it. The only problem was it was straight to the man at wide mid-on. Didn't have to move really. Very comfortable catch. He was probably done by the tail in slightly. So, great start for Worcestershire. They are in with a chance here of bowling Middlesex out with a lead of less than 200. Charlie Morris picking up both wickets this morning. He's enjoyed bowling against Middlesex of late. Picked up 6 for in the second innings, I believe it was, at Lord's last year in the game between these two. Now, Umesh Yadav played a very interesting shot in his first innings for Middlesex. In the first dig here, he hit one straight up in the air, a million miles up in the air. Third ball off Joe Leach, out for a duck, but he's not a complete mug with the bat. Far from it. The man has a first-class 100 in India. I believe it was for Vidarbha, I think is the side he plays for out there. He's got 150 and 100, first-class average of 14. But as you can see from that first innings, he likes to swing hard. He's a big strapping guy as well. Quick 20 here would help.
Yeah, I think the game changes massively now. With 2 wickets down, it could be done in 2 balls. That's the thing, isn't it? It really could. So Helm going could really move things on now.
So now Holman has a bit of a decision to make, doesn't he? I was saying before, one more wicket goes and then things change, as you say there. Still, he might be just of a mind just to keep going as he was, just wait for the bad ball. Field has been spread a bit now. There's a sweeper on the off-side boundary and the leg-side boundary. Be happy to give him the single. Will he take it?
No, he doesn't. He's going to farm the strike. I think rightly so, because if you're down to the last 2, no matter the calibre of them, even if Yadav at the other end, he can totally trust him, totally rely on him. It is just 2 deliveries. 2 deliveries and it's all over, and Holman's left at the other end. A bit like Barnard yesterday, actually. Left stranded with the highest score of the match so far. Takes the single 3rd ball of the over. All eyes on Yadav.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington has hit a decent length so far today. Yadav tried to hit his 3rd ball out of Northwood, really, and it was wasn't quite there to hit. What's going to happen here?
There we go. All questions answered in one delivery.
Well, at least that was the right length. You know, well, that was definitely the right length to have a go. This is going to be entertaining. You can see Umesh Yadav becoming a cult hero here at Middlesex, not just for his bowling, and he's a serious bowler. Bowls that he has been known to bowl up towards 90 mile an hour plus. Maybe not quite as quick as he was, but still rapid. And looks like it's going to be a thrilling minute with the bat. Man drops out on the offside boundary.
He's to wait. Take the single. Non-ball's come of the over. His first Middlesex run, I think, applauded generously there by the MTS crowd. Lists have missed a certain milestone. I think it's just the first run from the home supports. Welcome. As you say, there is certainly the potential for a cult status here for the overseas. Yeah, and Pennington as well, as you say, he's hit a good length, so that's where Holman, just the way he's played this over, I wonder, is he going to try and pick his bowlers? No run. End of the 69th. 190 for 8. Yadav's approach, Murtaresque, I think it's fair to say he will swing and swing hard. So that's the problem for Holman. He's got to really fancy that the two that he'll have at the other end for the remainder of this innings will move fast about what they're trying to do. So he likewise, as you say, just those 13 runs, get it up over 200, just psychologically feels a little bit better. Low scoring game. You've got to score over 200 in the final innings to win. That's worked nicely. Holman had to be fast. There was an ooh and an ah. I think he was safe. But well done. Had a single to double his tally, but crucially get Holman onto striking. Now this, I think, is going to be the interesting one, because if he's going to go after one of the two, I wonder, is it Morris for Holman? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think he was gone there.
Oh, I was too confident.
Cornell left-handed. Came around quickly, and I think it was pretty close. I think it was a million miles away from the stumps there, but they had to go for the single, really, didn't they? Get Yadav off strike straight away in the over. Field spreads again.
If you're ever batting with me then, Floyd, you know, not to judge my call of a single.
Probably get you off strike as quickly as possible as well, right?
A pretty good position for that one. I thought he was all right, but yeah, the replay shows he would have been just short. Jack Chantry at square leg in his first match as an umpire. Former pair.
Must say, I turned up and I thought he was playing. I thought he retired. Oh, Jack Chantry. What a unique bowler he was, wasn't he? The way that he delivered the ball. That's gone along the ground as well. That's hit the bottom end of the bat. They're going to take the single here. So he's giving Umesh 3 deliveries at the end of the over. That one really did scuttle along the ground.
Yeah, it's all the signs there that Middlesex will hope for on this third day, that the pitch just plays as it has done all the way throughout, and if anything, you'd expect it to deteriorate, wouldn't you? There weren't that many that kept low on the first day. There were a few more, yes, I've seen 1 or 2 now early on the third day. There he goes, up there. To be fair, it was in the slot. It's a little bit of width, full, and out over the boundary.
I think that's quite a strong area for him, actually. He can go up and over the offside. You're right, that was the right length for it, unlike the delivery which got him in the first innings. That was full enough for him to go up and over. I think this is a decent tactic from Yadav. Try and get some quick runs here, get Middlesex over 200. Deep square leg goes out. Are we getting the short ball here?
Bowler played. I wouldn't be against him throwing the bat at it now at all. As talked about from Holman's perspective, looking at the other end, thinking this could be over in 2 deliveries. I think likewise, there's no point waiting for the good ball. There's no point waiting for the ball that Roland Jones got. Nipping back off the surface, taking the top off. Beautiful delivery. Saw Robbie White done by one very similar in the first innings. So I do think the freedom is there to go after them. Last ball of the over, and that may make Yada feel, let's get going with this one as well. Swatted away, straight to us for 4. It's going to ramp up over the board, is it? No. Pops into the side of the commentary tent there, and yeah, you just felt Yardev was going to go for it. 200 up, 200 for 8.
Really nice hook shot this. Rolled the wrists. That was like watching Viv Richards. Raced away behind square. That was a really nicely controlled hook shot, wasn't it? I told you about Yardev's first-class century. It was back in 2015 for Vidarbha against Odisha. Day 2 of the Ranji Trophy game. 128 not out off 119 balls. Good time for number 2, eh?
No run there. Yeah, and this is the freedom that you have in the third innings now at this stage as well, isn't it? For someone like Yardev to tee off, there's no real pressure. When it gets to, let's say Worcestershire find themselves in a similar position here. 8 down, needs 20, 30 to win still. You'd really say try and do it in singles, just make it as low risk as possible every run. You wouldn't say be reckless about it and just throw the bat at it and see if you can get there quickly. You'd say go slowly. But actually the beauty of the third innings at this stage now, I think there'll be no criticism whatsoever for him going after it. Conundrums for this man, Luke Holman, and Pennington's bowling well here. As he said, he's hitting a good length at the moment. And he, like Helm, we were watching the highlights together this morning of yesterday, one of the wickets that Helm picked up, just good bounce, carry, pace as ever with Helm. Pennington's very much playing that role for Worcestershire, and he hasn't quite had the consistency that they've looked for a while. Here he's showing everything they wanted to see, and it is a perfect pitch for him, like it was for Helm as well, and he's certainly delivering. Goes to the hook. Single down to long leg. Yardev on strike to Pennington. This again will be the interesting one because that little bit of extra bounce that he's got. Running down the hill. Does it keep low? Does he get the extra bit of bounce that you're also seeing even down the hill? Yardev's going to go after it. I think that shot last ball of the last over, as I said, I felt he had the freedom. He probably, wily old bowler as well, he knows it's the end of the over. Bowler will try and get out of it with a bumper.
Reared up that one, didn't it, a little bit? Was just back of a length. Well played in the end by Yardev. And I think it was the right decision to come through for the single as well. He's got 2 deliveries, Holman here to try and nick a single, get on strike for the next over. Just 1 run away now, Middlesex, from that psychological barrier. 200 lead.
I think against Pennington, as a batter, you probably feel, actually, you know what, let's try and play him straight. Unless it is particularly short one, he pick it up earlier, go after it with the hook or pull. Other than that, he's picked up Stoneman in both innings on the hook.
Gone over the wicket here. I thought he was causing a few issues from around the wicket, to be honest, but he just wants to try something different. Surely Holman now looking for a single off this final delivery. Where can he get it? There is a man out on the offside boundary. There's a gap between sort of deep gully, backward point and cover. That's where his spot is. Maybe on the leg side as well.
End of the over. 71 done, 202 for 8. The lead 199. I don't think it's been a particularly bad morning for either just yet. Worcestershire can't afford it to be much more. They've got a couple of wickets to get them going. A couple of wickets away from getting out there and batting themselves. Middlesex They likewise won't be too disappointed. The lead's hitting 200 now, and they've just seen enough in this surface. Even with the ball in its 72nd over, as it will be now, still just offering a bit.
Just looking at Umesh Yadav's test batting stats. He's played 52 tests, got a very good record with the ball, got 158 wickets at 30. 408 runs at 11 in test matches, generally bats number 11, highest score 31. But what stands out for me, he's hit more than half the number of sixes as he has fours. So he's hit 37 fours, 20 sixes. So essentially 1 6 for every 2 fours. That's quite a high proportion of sixes, I would say.
Yeah, not the biggest ground here at MTS. Again, I do fancy that's Morris that they'll look to try and get after here more. If he's onto it early, I think he'll certainly go with it.
He's going to take on the hook again. Is Morris going to try and bump him out?
Whips and whipped. Another boundary, and the lead is over 200 now. I think Worcestershire have got some thinking to do here. I was looking at mid-off and mid-on-up. Do you think they've got some hard thoughts here against Yadav? Because if he sees anything, he's going to go for it.
Bad delivery that, wasn't it? Short and wide, but look at the flourish from Yadav. That was more Viv Richards, wasn't it? Really nice flourish to that cut shot. 15 off 9. These are crucial runs.
That's steered nicely. It's delicately played into the onside. Yeah, I wonder, he's off strike now, but I do wonder whether they've got to, stand toe to toe for the first time. We were talking about just hitting the top of off in this match. Well, as soon as you're a little bit off, as we've seen there, just a little bit full, and he went over extra cover, a little bit of width, and he's cutting hard at it. He's not going to wait and die wondering out there. So are they better standing toe to toe to him and maybe pushing back that wide long off perhaps? Throwing in the Yorker bumper, as we saw, used at the end of the last over, whether it was a get out of the over ball or whether it was a tactic. If they can get past this man, they'll feel a lot happier as well. Second 50 in the match on offer here for Holman. Aggregate of over 100 runs himself in the game, which is not bad at all for the Middlesex number 7, the 21-year-old. His presence at the crease grows ever greater with every innings. Luke Holman, from the off, he already looked a confident, composed figure out there from his very first couple of innings, which was really noticeable as a 20-year-old last year.
Well, I really do think that Luke Holman is going to move up the order as he gets older. I think he could easily end up batting at number 5 or somewhere around that. Certainly number 6. And that will give Middlesex some options, won't it? He can be almost your second spinner. You could play another all-rounder in Martin Anderson. Maybe it'll give you lots of options with the ball. Still play your full-strength seam attack. He's getting towards an average of 50 this season.
It's a good ball, yeah. That's the other thing, end of the over. The left-handers in this match, the seam movement, right arm over to the left-handers, particularly from the Lake End, has been really testing some good spells against Stoneman. But all the lefties, as the balls come up the hill and seamed away from them, it's been quite a tricky one, this pitch. 2:07 for 8. Kevin Hand and Matt Kabir-Floyd on the mic with you, take you through the next half an hour. Here's Floydie, and well, half an hour's race by a couple of wickets, a lead over 200. The crucial figure here, I think, for the match, for the neutral watching, is they need a couple more wickets quickly, or Middlesex may well be putting this out of sight.
Right, what's Umesh got for us this over?
A well-judged leave. He looks considered, doesn't he, about it? It's not reckless stuff. It looked a little reckless in the first innings. He skied at third ball, but again, he's been measured about the balls he's gone after. Every single one that he's gone after so far, he's had every right to, and that's where, like I said, I just wonder for Worcestershire, should they be targeting the stumps here and setting a field accordingly?
There we go. There's the big shot. It's gone high, and it's going to be safe. So Holman thought about coming back for 2 there, actually, but then he realised, well, actually, I'm the senior batsman, so I'm going to stay on strike here. Didn't get all of that. Umesh went high up in the air, leaning back. He puts everything into it, doesn't he? But nowhere near the middle of the blade. Thick inside edge, really. I think Holman wanted to get him back on strike because we're all enjoying it, aren't we? Yeah. When he's on. Well bowled, just angling across, squared up Holman slightly there. But I agree with you as to what you said there about the Worcestershire seamers and Yadav. Just try and bowl straight, try and get a bit of variable bounce. Maybe just back of a length. I think you want to err on the side of being a bit too short than a bit too full, because anything full he's going to climb into. But you're right, they've been a little bit wide to him, really. They've gone away maybe from tactics they would employ to a genuine batsman. That's full. Caressed nicely out to the sweeper on the offside. Holman now 5 away from a half century, 2nd of the game. It would be his 4th of the season. Lead 206. If Middlesex can get up to even 220, seems quite a hefty chase on this pitch. Width. Dabbed down nicely by Yadav. He moves up to 18.
I think psychologically, as you said, that figure starting with the 2, Angus Fraser talked about it yesterday. Anything beginning with a 2 is fine. We've got it to the 200. 220 is another one, isn't it? You say 250, that's why we discussed it this morning. If it gets to 250, then you're talking about something quite brilliant from an individual or a partnership for Worcestershire.
Oh, that has really not got off the ground at all. Almost looked like there was some pace taken off it, but there wasn't. I think it just hit one of those spots, seamed in a long way, and bounced before the keeper. He did well, actually, to take it on the bounce.
Yeah, I think, a pitch like this, when you've got a chase of 200, what you can't do is a bits and pieces chase. In general, the chase is highly pressured no matter what the surface. On a flat surface, though, you can perhaps think, all right, maybe we can, come on, team effort, let's get there, can do this. There's going to be pressure on, let's all get together and do it. On a track that's offering a bit, you really are saying one partnership, one player's really got to stick their hand up and saying, I'm doing all of this, or the majority of it.
Tucked away. Doing a really good job here, Umesh Yadav, because not only is he putting the odd ball away, he's getting off strike as well, and making sure that Luke Holman faces the lion's share of the deliveries, because he clearly is the one batsman of the 2 of them who's got the best chance of lasting a few more.
Worth reminding ourselves as well with this innings, the opening stand was 52. And when these 2 came together, 188 for 8, that's a collapse of what, 136 for 8 wickets? Which around the country across the season, you say it's a pretty dramatic collapse. In this match, not so much, it's more in keeping, but that 52, so crucial at the top now, as much as this 19 from Yadav and the partnership, which is fabulous, the effort of Holman, that 52 at the top really just gave Middlesex something in this innings to not have that panic go through them then as those wickets did go. Stoneman, Davies, Robson, Holden, White. 139 for 6 and Simpson fell. Again, game was still there for Worcestershire. They're now looking for something very, very special with the bat. No matter what happens from here in these final 2 wickets, from this point, regardless, it's still going to require something very special. Against an attack that bowled well, Roland Jones 4 for Helm. Back to where he was at the start of the season, and well, neither Mercer or Yard have required particularly much for a build-up. You know what you'll get from both of them. The seam movement hasn't been quite as pronounced this morning. We saw that one for Roland Jones that nipped back in. Part of that, though, is the ball's 74 overs old now. I think we mentioned right at the top, didn't we? If it takes them an hour to wrap up these final 2, then so be it. But as soon as they get that second new ball, they've really got to make sure that it's done quickly.
The problem is, if Middlesex get to that new ball, that's another 6 and a bit overs away. If Umesh Yadav bats the lion's share of those overs, or all of those overs, they're going to be, what, you know, they're going to be 230, 240 in front. You would think that's already a sizable lead, and that new ball will also travel off the bat quicker as well. With these short boundaries and fast outfields, runs could flow even faster. I think they've got to strike here before that new ball, really. Otherwise, they're facing a really uphill battle. Oh, that's bounced. And he's ridden that well, Luke Holman, but he can't get it wide enough of Jake Libby. Backward square, or backward point, to get off strike, get on strike rather, for the next over. So 74 done, 211 for 8. The lead 208, and this partnership at the moment worth 23, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's definitely been valuable for the home side.
Yeah, and as we saw with that last ball there, the bounce is still in play, isn't it? It's just the sideways movement hasn't been as much this morning. Just that one ball to Roland Jones nipping back. But other than that, it just hasn't been in play as much, the movement off the seam. But this is the first time an innings in the match has gone past the 60th over, I think. Middlesex's first innings was 59.1.
Big shot. And it's gone for 4. He put everything into that Umesh Yadav, as he often does. This wasn't anywhere near the middle of the bat, but crucially it was straight enough.
Wow. Agricultural? Only one of a number of words you can throw at that, much as Umesh threw the bat at the ball. 23 very valuable runs. Innings, as we say, into its 75th over now. It's bucked the trend of the match, where both first innings were done by the 60th. So these runs at the end are almost the anomaly for the match so far.
Short ball maybe. No, he goes full again. They are taking a bit of a risk, these bowlers, if they go too full to Umesh Yadav, because he is just going to swing for the fences. And with these short boundaries, he doesn't need to get all of it to hit a 4 or a 6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, long off and long on and bowl at the stumps. Yeah, will he hold out? Will he miss one? He's swinging across the line with it as well, and there's a little bit of doubt on the bat, on the bounce.
Oh, a solid forward defence from Umesh Yadav. Very technically correct. Didn't think we'd see one of those, I must say, at this stage of his innings. And got his eye in.
What do you think, Floydie? But the field at the moment, it feels to me, is protecting the good ball, which is fine, and that's generally what you do. But against a tail ender, you've got that cover point back, you've got deep square back, you're kind of protecting a good length delivery. But we've seen what Yadav's doing.
Oh, he's gone up and over. All the way for a maximum. Over, long off. What a shot. And
again, you know, looking to bowl length ball wide outside off, that's actually almost giving him an arc to swing with there. We've seen it a few times. And although that was a maximum, I think it only just cleared the rope, didn't it? I thought to the naked eye it just went over, and the fielder at long off may well have had a chance on that one. The brains trust are thinking it through now.
Well, the bat twisted in his hands, didn't it? So again, nowhere near to the middle of the bat, but he's so powerful. You think now maybe get someone back straight, either long on or long off. But no, they're going to keep them up, keep encouraging him. The only men on the boundary are square of the wicket, off and leg side. Goes shorter, and he just swats him away to one of those boundary riders. Really good batting this from Umesh Yadav. It's been sensible stuff. Anything full, he's climbed into, and he's not taking any chances. He's thrown everything at it, and the kitchen sink. And then any good balls, he's just tucked away or left, taking the single that's been on offer. It's been really good batting. This is a vital 30. We mentioned it when he came in, didn't we? A 30 or 40 at this stage from a lower order player can be absolutely crucial in a low-scoring game.
It feels match-changing now, this, doesn't it? I mean, we have seen lower order runs, of course, the Helm 50 we've been alluding to this morning. But this cameo here feels match-changing.
It's been great for Holman because he's been able to just carry on about his business as per normal, leave the good balls, get off strike when he can. Been really good. It's a well-earned drink. It's a hot day here in Northwood. Not quite as hot as the last couple of days, but it's just starting to warm up now. A bit more blue sky appearing. Gorgeous, gorgeous weather for cricket.
Partnership now is 34. Yadav scored 30 of them. 34 of 42 deliveries. So Yadav scored 30 off 19. So Holman's faced 25 deliveries in this partnership. Yadav's faced 19 of them, scored 30. Holman's scored 4 in that time. Yeah, he was on 41, wasn't he? Huh? Exactly that. 41 when he walked out. He's 45 now. So incredible, really.
And there's the response. Immediately, Brett D'Oliveira goes to his frontline spinner, young Josh Baker. He's having a very good game. He's chipped in with 4 wickets so far in the match. 2 for 29 in the first, 2 for 54 so far in the second. Got some useful runs too in the first innings, 36. They got a long on and a long off out. I think that's sensible. See if Yadav wants to take them on. I do feel though if he middles anything, it's going to go straight over their heads.
I think it's absolutely the right move now to bring Baker on. It can go horribly wrong, this. It can be that Yadav does manage to climb into him, but I think the right move against the tail ender, just see if he does sky one down there.
Oh, there he goes, targeting cow corner, out towards the pavilion. This one just went on with the arm, didn't it, and hit him on the back leg. Well played in the end. That was, again, the one that went straight on, a bit flatter. Last ball of the over. Is he just going to try and block this out and give Holman a full set at the other end? No, he isn't. Clips him away, and Luke Holman says, you know what, we'll take a single there. I've seen enough. I have full confidence in you, my man. And why not? He's got 31 off 25. The other good thing for Middlesex here is that this could feed into his bowling. How often do you see bowlers get some runs and then they come out with renewed vigour, charge in, pick up wickets as well? He should be feeling $1 million when he goes out to bowl Umesh Yadav, and that's what they've brought him in for mainly, obviously, his pace, his skill with the ball. This is a nice little warm-up for him. So Holman, 4 overs to go until the new ball. Obviously, Umashyadov's going to be on strike here for this over. But when Holman gets on strike, I wonder if he just starts thinking now about maybe just upping it slightly, going up to the next gear, getting to 50, and then pushing on. No slips now. Field well spread. Including a long on now for the seamer, which I think is a sensible option.
I think I'll have them both back though, Floydie. I think they've been a little bit slow to react to out of here. I think rightly at the beginning, right, stick-top has been done the whole way through. As I said, day one didn't even talk about field placings the entire day. Wasn't in the game. 3 slips were in the game. That was pretty much it.
Throws his hands again. That's a glorious shot. Absolutely whistled between mid-off and cover. Finding his eye now, isn't he?
Quite see what mid-off, what purpose mid-off being up serves at the moment. Put him back. This is costly, really costly. 224 the lead, goodness me.
What's also costly is the tactic of pitching it up to Umashyadov. Bowled too full to him, giving him the chance to play shots like that. Now, long off goes back.
Pressure piling onto the visitors here. Very happy Middlesex chief exec in the background there, I'd imagine. Andrew Cornish, Danny Warren alongside him, the regional director of Sunrisers. Okay, on Saturday at Chelmsford for the Sunrisers, 10:30 start there.
It's well bowled. Change of pace. I thought it was only a matter of time until we saw a change of pace. Often you can see that with tail end batters. When they get their eye in, they just keep on swinging, and that could easily have gone straight up into the air. There's Andrew Cornish and Danny Warren. Great day to be out watching out-ground cricket at its best. Beautiful ground, this Merchant Taylor's. Shimmy down the track, and he's going to take a single. He's farming the strike. The number 10. Every run is vital.
Who's going to get to 50 first?
Well, my money is on Umashyadov at the moment, to be honest with you.
He's on 41. Yardov walked out to bat, Luke Holman.
He almost tried to leave that, I feel. Kind of leave and then last minute decision to play at it. But in the end, he gets the single that he wants to keep the strike, although I'm sure the neutrals would rather the number 10 was on strike the way that he's playing. But Holman's got an opportunity now to contribute a little bit in terms of the runs this morning. 41 off 54. 35 of those scored by Umashyadov. So I don't know, maybe for Holman, just not go too crazy, but just maybe with the left arm spinner coming into him, try and use that to his advantage. There is a bit of rough, though, for Josh Baker to work with, and we have seen a bit of spin. He has caused left-handers problems. He bowled Max Holden yesterday. So there is some worry there. Wonder if Holman will fancy coming down the track. He is a decent player of spin. He can hang back and often play very well off the back foot through the offside. That will have its dangers with that rough there. Reverse sweep. Caught. Well caught as well. Just behind square on the offside, diving away. You could see why Holman took the option. Really frustrating for him though. He's fallen just short of a half century. First signs of real innovation and aggression from him. And it's brought about his downfall.
I just wondered whether he'd go for the boundary to bring up his 50. We waited a long, long while watching the fun at the other ends. And the reverse sweep was the choice of shot. Just couldn't keep it down. Shame for Holman he doesn't get back-to-back 50s, but goodness me, for all the fun that Middlesex have had at the other end in that partnership, Holman's contribution in this match itself is what has set up the very strong position the hosts find themselves in.
So one left-hander departs, another left-hander arrives. The Lambeth Lara, Tim Murtagh. Now, I think this is going to be real fun if these two can stick around for even just 2 or 3 overs before the new ball. We'd get our fair share of fun. If they can stick around for longer, then really will be entertaining.
Yep, be interested to see what Murtagh does here actually. It's bowled by Baker, very similar to that dismissal you were talking about of Holden. Two sharply contrasting talents with the bat, but the ball itself very similar, turning from a fairway outside, probably out of one of the footholds. Take the top of off.
Oh, that's tossed up right into those footholes. Just a little bit wide of off stump.
Would he happily play the support role here, Murtagh, and just kick it away, which is a very good option. Just kick it away outside off.
I think so. I think he should try and see out this over and see if Umesh can have a go at the other end for the next over, maybe get another 10 runs, 15 runs in quick succession. They're going to tempt him though, aren't they? Gets off strike, gets the option that he wants, and he takes it. At this stage, you just take every run that's on offer, don't you, if you're Middlesex? What's Josh Baker going to do here? Is he going to be brave enough to toss this one up? He's got men out, cow corner out now as well, so long on, long off, cow corner, deep backward square leg, and a man sweeping on the offside. It's like he's bowling to a number 4 and 100. Oh, plenty of singles on offer here for Yard if he fancies it. If he fancies taking a 1 and getting on strike for the next over. No, he fancies going for it. And he's cleared the man. Another 6 for Umesh Yadav. This time over wide, long on. This is a gem of an innings.
Yeah, if this goes on for much longer, then Worcestershire are in deep, deep trouble here. Already they were up against it this morning. Yadav's cameo is pushing Middlesex into what is starting to feel like, we said 250, would that be game over if Middlesex got to it? It should be, barring something freak. Worcestershire are highly unlikely to be afforded the luxury of anybody to come out and have the freedom to do what Yadav's done here in the 3rd innings when setting the total. Middlesex already feeling in a position where they're pretty secure in a low-scoring game, but Yadav's now just taking the game further and further away from the pairs. Leach, who's coming into the attack, he's a man who's very much capable of a cameo. Baker indeed at the other end, that 50 at Lord's last year. Morris as well. They've got batters that go all the way down, but again, they just won't have the freedom, they won't have the luxury. He's almost batting without pressure now, Yadav, and that's the problem for Worcestershire.
So time for the experienced Leach to come into the attack vastly experienced, much more than the rest of this attack. Very canny bowler, hits the seam regularly. Can he be the man to finish things off for Worcestershire? I mean, Tim Murtagh normally likes to tee off himself, but seeing that Umesh Yadav is going so well at the other end, that almost changes things for him a little bit. He might want to put more of a value on his wicket and just try and get the other guy on strike. It's almost a waste if he hits one straight up in the air now, with Umesh Yadav going so well at the other end. Not played. That's what he wants to do. Just get off strike. Good throw from Brett D'Oliveira. Hit the stumps, but Tim Murtagh was well in.
It's extraordinary, really. The first 2 innings of this match, every single run was lived and breathed by anybody outside of the circle, much as it was those on the field, outside of the boundary, the coaches, the management. Every single run was at such a premium. And now we see this, which is in complete contrast to anything else. Nobody's batted like this in the game. Nobody's had the freedom to. It's been tense. It's been tight. Even that D'Oliveira throw at the stumps there was an overthrow. Stoneman threw down the stumps. The ball deflected away. I think it even deflected down the slope to the Benham end for 4. And at that point, it just felt oh so crucial as Worcestershire were coming up and closing the first innings advantage that Middlesex had, and ended up with that 3-run advantage themselves by the end of the first dig.
Man out on the extra cover boundary now.
Well, it looks as though the Yadav tactics, and this is the interesting one, we went back and said it's almost as though they're protecting the good ball by having cover point back and deep square back, that they were happy to bowl length outside off to Yadav, and look, if he swings it and carves it in the air to a deep cover point, then so be it. But like I say, my feeling was you're better off having the long off and long on, and indeed the man that you just mentioned, Cornell, moving to deep extra cover out on the boundary rope.
Well, now everyone is out on the boundary. They have moved the entire 9 players, other than the keeper and the bowler, out onto the boundary. Incredible, really, when you think they're bowling to the number 10. They are just desperate to protect the boundary and keep him off strike, because they know how much damage he can do.
And again, they probably should have done this a long time ago. I mean, we were screaming, get the long off and long on back. What are you doing? But no reason to have not done what they're doing here. And well, there we go. 4th ball of the over. The field comes up partially. Fielder just in front of us. Cornell, the first one that dropped back to deep extra cover on the rope. The first man to come in on the single.
Yeah, still only 2 in though. Cover and point. Yadav comes down the track, has a big heave, straight to long off. Takes the single on offer. Has a bit of a chat with Joe Leach, who probably appreciates a bit of lower order long handle, because he gives it as well.
I think with the approach they've gone with Leach now, that's actually going to turn the next over into quite a beaut one way or the other for the neutral. If Mercer can just see off this ball, dot ball, leave that man on strike, then I think he will certainly try and go after Baker in the next over.
Slip in. Well played, Tim Murtagh. 1 over to go before the new ball. I suppose next target for Middlesex is maybe try and get up to 250. 15 runs away at the moment.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. I was looking at this over, I was thinking that's a block out one, and then Yada's got strike to Baker, and that could really produce some fireworks. But well, they're having a chat now and saying, well, do I go after it this over? Wait until the new ball comes. The new ball could actually disappear quite quickly. Yada's got his eye in. If he farms the strike and just decides if he sees the ball it's going to go. So, they've gone to Barnard already. They've taken Baker out of the firing line for this over, which I do fancy. Yadav would have gone after Baker this over, so perhaps a good move. Bring him back and over early ahead of the new ball. Assuming that they take it.
Again, the field completely spread. There is a wide slip in. Very full. That's a bit of a risk, and Umesh wants to stay on strike. They do not take the single. Not going to be easy to find a boundary with this field. There aren't too many gaps. He's going to have to go up and over. Everywhere pretty much covered. Going to have to hit it between the boundary riders, or dead straight maybe.
Or hide it down the leg side.
Thing is, anything pitched up is just a big risk for the bowler, really. Yadav in this kind of form, and with these short boundaries, he could easily clear them. He's shown that already. That's pitched up. He swings hard, but doesn't connect it straight to cow corner, and again doesn't take the single. So 3 balls left. Will he try and take a single now to give Tim Mercer just a couple? Change of field. Yeah, they've taken the wide slip out. I don't think it's going to go there, and protected the leg side. So now they've got deep square leg and a cow corner and a long on and a man behind square as well on the leg side. That's a big heave-ho. They go straight to fine leg, and they come through for the single this time. So Tim Mercer has 2 deliveries to negotiate. Tim Mercer wants a piece. He's had enough of blocking now.
There's so much time left in the game, isn't there? I mean, I was thinking of it just in terms of the period to bat before lunch. Worcestershire coming out. We mentioned it yesterday, Dave Fulton, a colleague. We talked about, do you know what, quite like 30 minutes, 40 minutes before end of a day rather than 3 overs.
Oh, that's a good ball. Over bowled, so now the new ball is available. This one just pushes across the left-hander.
That's the ball that's troubled all the top order left-handers all match long. Just pitched outside leg, didn't it? I mean, the shortness of length as well, that allowed it to go across, but just enough movement up the slope and across the left-hander, and we've seen that time and time again against the top order. Not much Merton can do about that at the bottom order, but yeah, and plenty of time left in the match, so neither Merton or Yadav needs to think about that, but were the wicket to fall now, it'd be a really tricky 50 minutes to lunch for Worcestershire. An awful lot of damage could be done. We've seen wickets go early, apart from that 50-run stand at the stop of this innings, but that was 2 former England openers who really did knuckle down and say, right, batting for our lives here. And that's exactly what they did. They used all their class, that 50 partnership. So work out, see if there was a signal for that new ball. The danger of taking it is that it could just get carted quicker and harder and faster, so maybe keep the field back and go with the older ball and confirm in a moment whether it was taken. Well, he goes for it, and he gets none of it. Trickles away into the onside. That looks as though it's glinting a little bit. Shine on that ball in the sun as it falls away into the onside. It is the new ball.
It's one of those moves that you always end up taking, but it can backfire.
Now, that goes up in the air. Morris is charging in. He's not going to make it. It falls well short. And they have taken one. Yardov's almost a third of the way back down, so could we have got a second there? This will be on the stumps for sure. Murta back on strike. Yardov's a shot away from a 50 on debut for Middlesex. It's wickets they'll want from him in a while. It's wickets they'll want from both of these. Oh, he's edged and gone through. That was a lovely ball actually from Leach. Around the wicket, straightened on Murta, nicks through to the keeper. And Middlesex are all done for 240. It's 238 to win for Worcestershire. Middlesex should have done a lot of the hard work with the bat there.
Very audible nick, wasn't it? Just left the left-handed batsman. Tim Murta got a bit agricultural, trying to hit it through cow corner. And finally, Worcestershire get the job done. But big damage done by Middlesex. And in particular, that man on your screen, Umesh Yadav, 44 not out of 41 balls. When we look back at the end of this game, that might be a very significant moment. We talked about the importance of one innings from one batsman in a low-scoring game, and it's not always necessarily the top-order batsman who can play that inning. Sometimes it can be a lower-order knock like that from Yadav, and it means 238. I think Middlesex would have taken that at the start of the day.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think Middlesex have gone a very, very long way here to winning the match with a bat on this morning, which I don't think I particularly could have predicted from what happened the days before. We haven't seen anybody be able to get after the bowlers on this surface, but Yadav certainly did, and it should have put this match beyond Worcestershire now. And the best way that I can relay that is there's no reason why Worcestershire can't come out and do it, but if you were to say how many times out of 100 would a side batting chasing this on a pitch like this in these circumstances chase down 238, it's very few. But it can be done. It can be done by an individual, it can be done by a partnership, but if they do it, they'll be doing it in stark contrast to the way I'd imagine Yadov's done it. They will be going slow, methodically, trying to back themselves technically on a pitch where the ball is doing a fair bit, which means the bowlers are going to continue to be in the game all the way through.
Well, as you can see there, if Worcestershire are going to chase these runs down, they're going to pretty much have to match what Middlesex have just got in the third innings, which is never easy on a pitch that's deteriorating and a pitch that has something in it for the bowlers, as this one does. We're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes' time for the start of the Worcestershire second innings and the run chase.
Worcestershire will require 238 runs to win the match. 78 overs remaining in the day. Also to remind you that Middlesex members are invited to the hospitality marquee during this afternoon's tea interval for a drop-in session with the chair of the membership committee, Marilyn Smith, and the club chief executive, Andrew Cornish, to discuss any items you back wish to give and offer around your membership. Plans and information about the brand new state-of-the-art indoor cricket school here at Worcestershire School to discuss fundraising taking place during the conference. This will become a really useful addition to training facilities for the Middlesex senior and academy side and sunrise squad. These will be available to you, staff of the school, will also be present to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, guys. Warm up, lad.
Ready, Robert?
Yeah.
Do you want a few just straight in, or do you want a few of the little places? Straight in. Did you get it? Oh. Yeah, I went with the same one.
Best one, isn't it?
I said, can we use their one? Is there anything stopping us?
Oh, did they use it?
Yeah, they took it. Yeah. It was only 2 overs. No, 1 over.
Sorry, mate. Yes,
Did you get that up for 150? I did say keep it in Spurs, yeah. No, they said just one.
Legend. Thanks, Chris.
Sorry.
Which one's deck or from full?
No, I thought it's fine.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Another one? Yeah.
Come round quickly, Max.
Umpires taking the field, Neil Bainton and Jack Shankley.
I'm now currently coming down the escalator in the hangover.
Inverter leading up to Middlesex side.
Well, good afternoon once again. Welcome back to Merchant Taylor's School. The final innings of the match coming up. Will it be the final day? 238 to win. They will go slow, I'm sure, Worcestershire about it, which is why it could creep over into a fourth day, this one. But a couple of early wickets. And, well, the start to the innings that we've seen from certainly the first innings of the match, and to some extent the start of the second innings of the match as well, when Middlesex came out, they put on 52, but as we were saying on commentary just before the break there, it was all about the grit and determination of two former England openers to, use all of their experience, all of their technique to get through for that 50-run partnership. But the heavy roller rolls off, and the opening batters roll out. Libby and Pollock. 238 feels an awful lot of runs here at MTS to win, but we were just musing over it. What ways can they go about it? Of course, they can go about it from the top, and that's the ideal way. Get the runs at the top of the innings. Somebody gets in and gets them close. They get over the line, but the danger in a low-scoring game like this is even at 120 for 6, somebody does a Yadav and just manages to tee off and gets them close. Then it becomes nervy, and who breaks at the end. But Middlesex will hope from the top that the captain, Murta and co, can break the back of this innings early on.
Yeah, that's the big worry. I think in a low-scoring game is you're only ever one innings away from losing the game. One batsman stands up and plays a gem, 70, 80. Could be game over. Here's Tim Murta, first ball of the chase.
Oh, it's on a lovely ball as well. That's the spot. The criticism of the bowlers in the match in the first innings, from both sides and of themselves, just reflecting, it didn't hit the spot often enough on a pitch that really is doing plenty for them. Immediately onto the spot at the start of the second innings.
It's going to be interesting to see how Ed Pollock plays this as well, because I agree with you that Jake Libby will certainly take his time. That's the way he plays. But Ed Pollock will not hang around. He's a white ball player who's come to Worcestershire to play some red ball cricket. He's got a very high strike rate.
And if it's put onto the spot, then he's going to go for it. Leg stump half volley, and Pollock has gone up and over mid-wicket.
Yeah, strike rate 87 so far this season, averaging just 26, but good strike rate. And yeah, that's meat and drink for him, isn't he? Up and over, races away. That is the issue when you've only got 238 to defend. And short boundaries, things can get away from you. Immediately, man gets put out to the leg side boundary. That's interesting.
Yeah, Davies drops back from mid-wicket to the deep. Bit of ball from Murta. Yeah, I was wondering where, that was the other thing we hadn't touched on it actually. I was thinking, almost if you have that kind of Paul Sterling opener who's there and you think, no, that's fine, look, because if you come off, then all of a sudden you've done an awful lot of damage, you've hit them off their line and length a little bit. So whether Pollock is given that, has been given that freedom, play your natural game. We are in the Bazball era. Leg side again, but only a leg by on this occasion.
I'm sure Ed Pollock's given that license probably every time he goes out to bat, as long as it's not too reckless. And even more so in a game like this, he's the kind of player that can win you the game in 30 overs of batting. Jake Libby, on the other hand, will just stay there and try to anchor it. Not having his best year this season, but an excellent season last.
Ooh, strays down leg side on that one. Good take by Simpson, wonderful work by him. Keepers are well tested on this pitch as well. You've seen a fair bit of it. Examples of it this morning, the up and down bounce, that sideways movement off the seam as well.
Yeah, if you look at the respective strike rates this season of the two openers, it tells you a story. They're both averaging very similar. They both got 100. Libby's averaging 29, Pollock 26. But Libby's strike rate 47, which is not terrible. Ed Pollock's 87.
Just followed it. A little bit of shape away from Murta to the right-hander. Ended the opening over 5 without loss.
Good swing through the air for Tim Murta. He will like to see that. That did go late. 3 slips in place lurking. He'll be encouraged by what he saw there, despite that one boundary off the pads of Pollock. It's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones, leading wicket taker in the county championship this season. He's going to open up 4 wickets in the first innings. He's in arguably the form of his life with the ball at the moment, you'd say. And I think they would have considered maybe giving Umashiadov the new ball. He takes the new ball frequently, particularly when he's bowling in India. But Roland Jones in such good form, they're not going to take it off him, are they?
Oh, that one goes. Wide signalled. It started wide, but it went wider, didn't it? You could just see an example there of movement off the surface.
Sorry, it's not Toby Roland Jones, it's Steve Harmison bowling. I got it wrong. That really was a harmy delivery, wasn't it? First ball of the Ashes.
Oh dear. Well, we all know what happened thereafter for England. Short and sent all the way for 6 by Pollock. 2 boundaries, he's on to 10.
Yeah, not the best start he's ever had, Toby Roland Jones. I'm sure he'll admit it. Just a couple of looseners, and this one helped around the corner by Pollock. Tell you what, at one point, they thought that Fine Leg might have been interested in this. That would have been a way to go, wouldn't it? If he'd been caught there, but he got just enough on it. Quite a short boundary down on that side. Roland Jones yet to hit his straps.
Required rates down to 1.31. Plummets from the 1.35 it started at the start of the innings. Roland Jones has ever been hit for a 6. It's the opening over of his championship game. 6 followed by a single. Good batting from Pollock.
Well, that single actually got a bigger round of applause from the Worcestershire players watching on the boundary than the 6 did. I think they realised that that's vital for Ed Pollock, really. He can put away the bad ball, of course, but they like it when he plays properly too and rotates strike.
That's more like it from Roland Jones. Line and length and lift past the edge of Libby's bat. There was always great debate when Paul Sterling was at Middlesex. He didn't get that many goes as an opener. He came in as a 5 or 6 and perhaps didn't get as many goes there as some would have liked to have seen in first-class cricket. But part of the argument was, I know Ireland cricket used to watch on frustratedly at Sterling being overlooked, and overlooked as an opener as well when he did get the chances for Middlesex. They're feeling very much as, look, with Paul Sterling, he accepts one week you're going to be 100 without loss at lunch, or 100 without loss well before lunch indeed, on the opening day, and the next week you'll be 0 for 1. But you know, that's Paul Sterling. If he gets in and goes, you've all of a sudden got a huge start in a game. He never really was given the feeling with Ireland, with Cricket Ireland, often they would make comments in the media or off the record as well that put him in and give him the chance to see what happens. It never really happened for him at Middlesex. Never really got the chance. Nice shot. Let's pick up a single to get off the mark, Libby. I'd have just fumbled it slightly. They thought of a second, it wasn't there. But for Pollock here again, you look at it, 11 off 6. You almost think a cameo of 40 actually in a low-scoring game at the top, taking a chunk out of it if he did get going. The price of that 40 at a very quick time against that new ball, which we've seen in this match has been so dangerous, counter-attacking the new ball, which has been pretty prolific. Runs again, quite timed it, they'll pick up a couple here. Stoneman comes around from deep square, end of the second, 16 without loss.
Yeah, I think Pollock really is a danger man for Middlesex. They'll be desperate to get him early, even though he's not had the best of seasons, and the likes of D'Oliveira, Barnard, Haynes have had much better seasons than him. I think they will see him as a a real problem given the way that he plays. Jake Libby again, someone who's got a better career record, but unlikely to hurt you as quickly as Pollock will.
Nicely turned just wide of mid-on for a single. On that first morning, there was a lot of debate as to whether Pollock could be in the side. The feeling was he was going to be dropped for this one. So it was almost a surprise when the team sheets came out and he was in. Well, this would be quite the time for him to put that right. It's great from Mercer again. Holds its line across the left hand, a lovely angle.
So good at doing that, Tim Murta. He shows the left-handed batsman the in-swinger, and then he just nips one away. Frequently has left-handers out in both ways, beats them on the inside and outside edge. Gets a lot of LBWs, gets a few nicked off in the slips as well.
Goes away.
Jagged a long way, that one. Almost like an off break. That's the issue for the batsman at the moment. Bit of variable bounce as we saw there as well. That one kept a bit low, but also seam movement laterally. And that's why Kevin Hand is so confident that Middlesex are going to defend this target. I'm a little bit nervous, a little bit more nervous about it, I would say. Maybe because I'm more of a pessimist.
Bowled against bounce, takes that bottom glove.
I think that's hit him on the elbow, actually. I think that might have hit him right on the point of the elbow or forearm, the back arm. Yeah, that's nasty.
Ouch.
Look at him shake his left hand there. That's really not nice at all.
Better from Murta. Couple of leg stump half volleys in the first over. He clipped in the air for 4, one of them. Leg by off the other. This over, it just seems they settle into that groove of working. One that holds its line. It seemed away almost the off cutter, as Floydie said. So that little bit of late away swing to Libby in the last over from him, didn't we? Just beat the attempted drive. Can he find that late in swing here against Pollock past the inside edge? Two leg side and worked away. Single taken. Pollock on to 14. End of the third. Worcestershire on to 18 without loss.
Well, I've not been in for a while on the live stream, so let's play one of my favourite games, shall we? So let us know where you're watching, what you're doing. Let's get some weird and wonderful locations. We've had all sorts, haven't we, Andy, over the season? We've had people watching in Finland, in Mauritius, in Papua New Guinea, Morocco, all over the place. Where are you watching? Let us know. It doesn't have to be that glamorous. Can be just up the road if you want. We'll try and give you a shout out. Give us a little fact where you're watching. We've had people watching on the train, commuting around Europe. People watching in their back garden. People watching at work. Let us know where you are. Give us your thoughts on the game. Who do you think is going to win this? Middlesex going to defend this, or are Worcestershire going to pull off a very impressive run chase and get to 238? What do you reckon?
Tucked up a little, but manages to get it fine and mid-on for the single. The fielder back in the deep, Stoneman. Yeah, the wickets that have gone at the start of each innings, Pollock was picked up, caught Simpson, bowled Mertz for 8, Libby LBW Mertz for 15. I wonder, was he just doing a little bit too much actually, that Libby LBW in the first innings, nipping back. About 2, and coming back. Applause again from that Worcestershire faithful here in that Worcestershire tent, but yeah, by the 21st over, it was the first ball of the 21st over when D'Oliveira was gone in the Worcestershire first innings, 49 for 5. It's something they just can't afford in this innings.
I should mention, after this delivery,
whoa, clumped away through the covers. 25 without loss.
Went aerial there. Jake Libby wasn't afraid to ride the bounce and didn't want to keep it down. He just hit it into the gap. And there was a big gap between extra cover and backward point. Made a nice sound off the bat, right off the middle. Just a punchy back foot drive. Not have been a great start by Toby Rowland-Jones, this. None for 18 off his first 10 deliveries.
Floats that one up and put away. Half volley outside off on this occasion. 29 without loss, and well, Middlesex will be worried about this start.
Overcompensated, short and wide, and then full and wide. He really hasn't hit his straps yet. Unusual for Toby, normally straight on the money. And this is a really good start now by Worcestershire. 29 without loss, 3.5 overs. Shades of Alex Lees and Zach Crawley and their positive start when England chased down that big target against India.
And sends one down the leg side. End of the fourth, 29 without loss, taking you through to lunch. Matt Kabir Floyd.
I should say, if you want to comment and let us know where you're watching or what you think of the game, you do that via the comment section on YouTube. If you're watching, just send us a comment. Where are you? Where are you watching? What are your thoughts on the game? And Middlesex going to defend this, or Worcestershire going to get over the line? We've had a few in already. Adam Spencer. Hello, Adam. Watching from Porthowan Beach in Cornwall. Is it Porthowan? Porthowan, if I got that right. Sounds lovely. Cornwall, one of my favourite counties. Beautiful place. That's full, and that's a thick inside edge from Pollock, but he's a very powerful man. Had there not been a sweeper there, that would have been 4 more. So they keep ticking along here, Worcestershire. 30 without loss of 4.1. Noah Spurs is watching in Jersey City, New Jersey, watching while eating breakfast. Come on the middle. Hello there, Noah. Is it hot in Jersey City at the moment? It's roasting down here at the moment. Getting up towards 30 degrees. Middlesex just need to rein things back a little bit, don't they? Just dot up the batsman a bit, build up a few dot balls, get the run rate down, and just get a bit of control, really. Get the ball in the right spot. Can't afford a partnership to develop here in a low-scoring chase like this. Andy Wharton watching from Kempsey. Calpol watching in Hertfordshire, just up the road. This might be another 2. Yeah, they're coming back. Yadav gets his throw in, but can't prevent it. 32 without loss.
This was the great frustration that Angus Fraser was feeling on the mic. He just said, well, look, this isn't a pitch where you need to go looking for it. It just feels like Middlesex have gone looking for it a little bit again at the start of this innings, and that's costly because batters likewise on this pitch are thinking, look, see ball, hit ball. If you're going to put something somewhere for me, then it's a pitch where you have to, as we said, get the runs where you can. That's the length, that's the line. Just leave it there. It's uncomfortable, it's awkward on this pitch.
William Davis, hello to you, William. Watching in Galway on the west coast of Ireland. What's weather like there? Is it nice? Nice in a lot of places in the UK and Ireland at the moment. William reckons poor start by Middlesex might get harder as the ball softens. Edge just short of second slip. Genuine nick there to Sam Robson. He did well just to smother the delivery. That's the first sign of danger for the Worcestershire opening batsman.
And again, line of length. Let's put it there on the top of off. There's enough in this pitch. Surprisingly, Middlesex haven't hit the top of off enough at the start of this innings in the first 5 overs. Plenty of time to rectify that. And certainly this bowling lineup, with all their experience and skill, you'd back them to do so.
Really nice smell of garlic has just wafted through our tent. I wonder where that's come from. It smells like a really nice pizza or something like that. It's probably some of the punters just to our right having their lunch. It's not done well for my level of hunger, to be honest with you, Handy.
I think we may well be downwind of the players' dining room and kitchen area over our left shoulder. Just wafted across the front of the tent. It's the first time it's happened this week. Pretty relieved it's towards the end of the match. That would have been torture all match long to keep smelling the foods on deliver. Change of bowling.
Yeah, Zero Duck says get Roland Jones off. And his wish, or her wish even, has been granted. Umesh Yadav into the attack. Middlesex's new overseas signing. Picked up his first wicket for Middlesex in the first innings. Bowling Taylor Cornell. And they'll want a bit more from him this time as well. Bit of pace. What's he got here? 3 slips in. Ed Pollock on strike. And immediately gets the thick inside portion of the bat. But it's going to be 2 more runs. And overthrows. This is going to be 6, I think. Yeah, it's gone for 4 overthrows. So Umesh Yadav concedes 6. Or was it 5 maybe? I think it might be 5. They're just deliberating. Yeah, I think Neil Bainton might be suggesting that it's 6 rather than 5.
Umpire Chantry there has just radioed something through. Hopefully it'll go up on the scoreboard in a second and we'll know.
I must say I thought they'd come back for 2 there, and it was 6, but clearly the ball had got to the boundary before that.
Did ask, has Roland Jones ever conceded a 6 in his opening over in first-class cricket before? Yeah, I've conceded 5 off his opening delivery.
A pretty good ball as well. Drags that one down though, and it's put away by Jake Libby. Second time we've seen him play that shot off the back foot through the big gap there between extra cover and point. This time though, all along the ground.
Yadav-esque at the top of the innings from Worcestershire. They've come out with some real intent and positivity. I don't think Middlesex have helped themselves much here. But Worcestershire have come out with a very different intent to that which we've seen at the top of the innings at all in this match so far. Target to win. Now down below 200 already, and we're only in the 6th over.
Down leg side this time. It's been a really ragged start by the Middlesex seamers. Exactly what Richard Johnson wouldn't have wanted. We've seen Worcestershire get away to a flyer here.
You're going to have to hang me out to dry, because I said Middlesex have got this. It's going to take something quite extraordinary from Worcestershire if they're to do anything, but they're being given a helping hand, it feels like, from the Middlesex attack, who just haven't settled into this yet. They need to settle very, very quickly.
Need a wicket. Need to break this pretty sharpish, really, before it gets really dangerous. It's a better length. Thanks very much for all of your comments. Andy Constable watching in Bedford Green, Middlesex. Ian Hancock's, hi guys, I'm a Worcestershire fan watching at home in Bear Park, Durham. Great coverage. Pleasure, Ian. Stephen watching from South Africa. Rohit Roy watching from India. Scott watching from Bangkok after a day back in the office. Hello, Scott. So a mixed first 5 balls for Umesh Yadav. Only one really bad ball, but he's still gone for 9. Definitely got a bit of extra pace, hasn't he, compared to anything else that Middlesex have. really wide of the crease there. In fact, he goes wide of the crease a lot, doesn't he, Yadav? That's the end of his first over. 41 without loss off 6.
0 ducks. Get Roland off. Is that Stephen Finn? That's his podcast, isn't it? 0 ducks given. Dan Norcross. Yeah, it could be a Surrey man saying get Roland Jones off.
That's right, yeah, 0 ducks given. I think Finney's playing today, isn't he? He's playing for Sussex. Probably bowling right now.
Racked up the runs, didn't they?
Solid defence from Pollock. Hal Stewart watching from High Wycombe. I was in attendance yesterday, now enjoying from a boiling hot bedroom. Get yourself back here, Hal. Might as well be in a boiling hot outfield rather than a boiling hot bedroom. Tom Elway, another one watching in Cornwall. Cricket's really cheering him up. Glad to hear that, Tom. Matt Robinson's fairly local. He's Ealing. Doing some last-minute stuff before getting married on Saturday. Short and wide and climbed into by Ed Pollock. Another boundary. It was in the air, but wide of Max Holden. He's on a deep gully line. There's just been too much of that so far by Middlesex. Too much width. Too much short stuff as well. He just threw his hands at that. Pollock.
It's been an extraordinarily poor start from Middlesex, hasn't it, with the ball? They just haven't been at it at all. Served up too much to hit on a pitcher again. And the danger they're in now is, it's get back to basics first. They desperately need the wicket, but to get the wicket, the basics here is the point. This pitch is helping you.
Oh, that's an absolute wipe. What kind of a shot was that? Extraordinary, but it's 4 more. He tried to slog sweep a good length delivery that was outside off stump. Skewed away over the top of what would have been maybe 4th slip. Wow, that's a shot.
Outside toe end of the bat. And hit off the top of off stump there, and I think from a Middlesex perspective, they're hitting you off the top of off stump fine because it's going to come with a huge risk, as that one did. But just don't serve up the half volleys and the long hops as they have and the width on this surface. I think it's quite clear that Worcestershire have come out with a real bit of purpose here and said, look, if there is width, you're going to have to go after it. It's the only chance you're going to have on this, and they've heaped the pressure on him in a 50 partnership inside the 7th over.
Seen that a few times, just the thick inside edge from Pollock. He's playing well here. 50 up, 6.4 overs. Pollock's got 30 of them. This is a real problem now. Middlesex have got to get Pollock out of there. Sam Heaslett has piped up. Jonathan Meader. Hi, gentlemen. Watching from Colac, Victoria. 7 degrees tonight. That's a good delivery. Squares up. Jake Libby. 7 degrees in Victoria, and it's pretty much 30 here at the moment. That doesn't happen too often, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's glorious again. Didn't quite hit the heat of day one just yet. It did certainly hit 30. Well, might not be a long, hard day in the dirt for Middlesex if Worcestershire keep going at this rate. 7.3 they've maintained from the start of this innings.
That's the end of Tim Mercer's over, so 7 gone. What they've also done well, the Worcestershire openers, is not just put the bad ball away, but they've picked up singles very easily too. They've rotated the strike. Middlesex just seem a bit frazzled at the moment. It's almost like the start of a one-day innings when a side comes out for a hefty chase and they get off to a great start and keep rotating the strike. Luke Holman's warming up. That's interesting.
That would be a massive call if they went to Holman now on what has been a seamless surface all the way through.
I would be really surprised if they did that. Surely not. Maybe he's just getting loose in general.
And there you go. That's where they've got to stay. Leave it on that spot and say to Libby, as you said, he'll be more often than not quite conservative about his approach. He's 18 off 24, 23 now. But you could see in that shot itself, he was looking to be forceful off a length ball. The Middlesex shouldn't mind that, and like I say, they've got to get themselves into the game here. And getting themselves into the game, yes, of course, is getting a wicket, but first of all, is just get back to the basics, line and length.
Bouncer. First one we've seen. Quick one too. You could see that rush. Libby wasn't expecting it. He's definitely got the pace to do that, Yadav.
Let's go back to what we were saying about the fall of wickets. Middlesex, that first innings, they were in deep trouble at lunch on day one. And well, what, 6 down at lunch in the opening innings of the match, 68 for 6. And Simpson fell. Roland Jones just went after 93 for 7. But again, just by terms of number of overs, by the 19th over, they were 5 down. 25th over, 6 down. Worcestershire likewise, 49 for 5. That was in the 21st over. But the start of both second innings, Middlesex 52 for the opening wicket between Stoneman and Robson. It was the 19th over when Stoneman fell, 52 for 1. In the 8th over, another 50 opening stands for Worcestershire. They've done it in the 8th. Extraordinary.
Well, the important thing for Middlesex here is not to panic. Still a long way to go to 238. They just need to get a hold of things, get some control, get this run rate down. And already Yadav's length has been a bit better, I think, in this over. The previous delivery, he just had Libby going forward, but a bit late into his stride. I think that's the kind of length he wants to be at. Don't let him play off the back foot. Libby clearly very comfortable playing off the back foot. He's a short man. Just try and get him in that in-between length. Try and get him coming forward, but late. Yeah, that's it. That's the length he wants to be. Just takes one to nip off the seam there, and the batsman's in trouble. Maiden over from Yadav. That's what Middlesex needed.
Wow, heralding a maiden over. We never thought we'd be doing that a few overs back. It is going to be Luke Holman from the Benham end. This is a very big call early on from Middlesex. Mercer removes himself and goes to the youngster who's scored all the runs. See if against this right-handed, left-handed pairing, if Pollock's attacking, Holman's turning it into his pads. There's a real danger that he could go after him. And again, you know, this is more than a cameo already, but it only takes a small cameo from here onwards, and they've taken an almighty chunk out of this target.
Well, I reckon he's on specifically with the purpose of getting Pollock out. I don't think Libby's likely to go after Holman here. I think they're thinking here, we've got 10 minutes to lunch. What have we got to lose? We'll chuck Holman on for a couple. Might go for a few runs, but the seamers have been going for a few runs anyway. See if we can just tempt Pollock into a loose shot here. Put men out on the boundary. There's a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a man deep square leg. Is Pollock going to try and take him on here with the spin? Good start by Luke Holman. He's got some footholds as well to bowl into too, which is another factor here.
Yeah, Baker enjoyed those ones, didn't he? Slow left arm spinner over the wicket to the left-handers.
Long on drops back now as well. So the only man saving a single on the leg side is moving around now. He was at 45 degree. Now he's moving around to mid-wicket. Everyone else on the boundary. Oh, he tried to cut, and that was spinning into him out of the footholes. That's the kind of one that you can drag on. Middlesex will be happy to see that. More watchful on this occasion. That'll ease the nerves of the Worcestershire batsman watching. Oh, that's turned quite a bit, hasn't it? There is turn in this pitch.
So I was just going to say, we saw Mercer kick a few away, didn't we, earlier? That angle that he's got, he's just landed it beautifully, hasn't he? And the angle that he's got, whereas Baker was left arm over, Holman can really rag it out of those back in.
That was really encouraging. There wasn't even an inside edge there. That ragged. That was going to hit the stumps, but it hit Pollock's pad quite a long way outside of the line of off stump, but it really turned. Drags that one down a little bit. Pollock picks out the one man saving the single on the leg side. So a maiden over to start with from Luke Holman, and Middlesex will be encouraged by that. They might well go back to the seamers after lunch, but that's shown there that Holman can be a real danger on this pitch if they need him.
Quality over for Middlesex's 21-year-old wrist spinner. It really was. Huge pressure. Back-to-back maidens for Middlesex. Just all of a sudden settles things down a little bit. Again, 51, they've taken an almighty chunk. We were talking about, can they just get over 200? Can they get to 250 or 51 on the board already?
Yadav goes full. First time he's gone really full.
We haven't even really had a chance to talk about sea movement in this because there hasn't been enough balls put regularly on the same line of length just to see that sea movement yet. It's been a little bit all over the shop for Middlesex, and Worcestershire have rattled them, I think. They've gone after those bad balls early on, and it's shaken Middlesex up a little bit here, which is a real surprise. Couldn't have predicted that.
Katie O'Sullivan's got in touch. Says Katie O'Sullivan from Ealing, doing some last-minute stuff before getting married on Saturday to Matt Robinson, who's also messaged us. So we've got both couples watching separately and messaging us in. Love that. How about this one? Matthew Avant-Smith. Greetings from the hospital bed, making me feel much better after my vasectomy. Matthew, hope you're okay, mate. Glad we're making you feel better. That's a Jaffa from Umesh Yadav. That's the length I was talking about. Libby was stuck in his crease there. Great carry through as well.
Keep that up, and Middlesex might just be able to snip one out before lunch.
Yes, Andy. Excellent, mate.
Sorry. Hope you're feeling better. Who was it?
Matthew. And again, that's where he wants to be. Umesh Yadav is starting to hit his straps now. And watch Jake Libby's stance here. Look how wide his legs are. Incredible, really. That's really wide stance. He's a short guy as well. Top over this from Umesh Yadav. He's mixing it up really nicely.
It's almost like a Tory politician.
The power stance. George Osborne, was it, with the power stance?
Well, they brought it out again, haven't they? Wasn't that doing the rounds overnight? Was it Rishi?
Oh, that's going to be a single. I think I'll be a bit disappointed. Luke Holman a bit disappointed he didn't cut off the single there. It's quite a strong area for Libby, isn't it? Off the back foot, plays with a straight bat, punches it through cover. But much more control for Middlesex after the last 2 or 3 overs. Run rate back to 5.2 now. It was up around about 7 earlier.
Yeah, and it has. It's just been proper line of length from Yardov at one end. Brilliant bowling, as we said, from Holman the other. But Yardov's done exactly what we were talking about. Just hit that line of length, the off stump, and there's not really too far you can go. As you said, the runs have been at a premium all match long, but what we've seen this morning is extraordinary. 56 runs. Was it Middlesex added overnight? No, more than that. They led by 170. 177 this morning they led by.
Oh, that's a great start to the right-hander. First look at the right-hander today for Holman. He tossed that one up. Libby took the bait.
Well, again, it's almost as though they walked out with the mantra, width, and we're going after it. Because it's the last over before lunch.
And again, he's tempted. This time, though, he gets it through. And that's going to be 4 as well. The man sweeping on the offside boundary, Yadav, is actually quite straight, more like a cover. That one went through just behind square on the offside.
Well, it's those 2 deliveries from Holman there, I think, to Libby. Just almost confirm that they've walked out and said, if there is anything wide, go after it. Put it away.
This time he aims for the footholes and he gets a bit of bite.
It's ball of the century territory he's aiming for there.
Well, Matt Parkinson's done it, hasn't he? This season, was it? I think it was this season. Something similar. Oh, and again, he goes past the outside edge. You really do think that in these conditions, Holman's going to be vitally important today, especially if the seamers can't get it right. Luke Holman might have to bowl a few overs.
Of course, we haven't seen Tom Helm yet. That's going to be, I'd imagine they'll go straight to him after lunch.
Tossed up again. So 1 ball left, it looks like, before lunch. Can Middlesex get a breakthrough with his final delivery? No. Good one, though. Well played by Jake Libby, and that's been a really good start by the Worcestershire openers. It's almost all they could ask for. They've been really positive without taking too many risks. Just put the bad ball away, put Middlesex on the back foot, and it looks like we're going to get another over, at least.
I think everybody was ready to go there, weren't they? It does say 59 on the board still. Well, this would be something for Middlesex. They could grab one. There was chatter about 4 down at lunch. Get a good chunk of it done even before the lunch interval. So actually the batters that have got a good chunk of it done. 56 out of the target of 238 in the 11 overs so far before the interval.
Both batters turned to walk off there. So suddenly they've got to switch their heads back on here. They've got an over of Umesh Yadav. I think this might be that was his first delivery to Pollock since his first ball, which Pollock edged down towards fine leg, and it went for 5 in the end because there were 4 overthrows. But he bowled Taylor Cornell in the first innings, left-handed batsman, that's number 3, through the gate. That was his only wicket with a bit of swing in. So he's clearly got that in his locker to the left-handers, which they've got to think about.
And Helm as well, not having seen him yet, I think it's been difficult really. Roland Jones and Mercer just didn't get it right at the beginning. When they go to Helm now, it'll be a sharp eye on him to see what seam movement there is, because we haven't been able to talk about it at all. In a match where we haven't stopped talking about the seam movement all the way through until today. But in this innings, the ball just hasn't had the chance really.
Oh, that goes past the outside edge. Good spot for Yadav. Again, the batsman reticent to get forward there with that pace. And that length.
Dragged it right back here, hasn't he, for Middlesex. Considering his first ball went for 5. Just 5 more runs conceded off the following 3.2 overs.
And again, dangerous stuff this from Yardev. That hits the seam. That's going to be a problem for Ed Pollock.
He's brought Pollock's strike rate back to 100. What a start for Worcestershire.
Well, this time it goes through with the shot. Nice shot as well. Beats the man sprawling at wide mid off. The skipper Murta goes away for another boundary.
Well, that's what you were talking about from the top, Floydie. That's not quite a half volley, especially at this stage. Yardev will think, I've got every right to go just that little bit fuller on the off stump before lunch now. And he's not going to go after this. Let's see if we can beat the inside edge, or it seams away, seams across. We talked about that. Also from the Benham ender, it's gone across the left-hander with a little bit more pronounced movement. But nonetheless, Yardev's not done much wrong there, but great shot from Pollock.
Right, this should be the last ball before lunch. Goes short and wide, and that's not going to trouble Ed Pollock, who turns around, and this time he can walk off back to the pavilion. Job well done. Really good start. 34 not out of 32 deliveries. He's put the pressure back on Middlesex now. They've gone at 5 runs and over exactly, and it now means that Worcestershire need 178 to win the game. They've taken a big chunk, sizable chunk out of that run chase in a very short period of time. Middlesex have got some thinking to do. The bowlers have got to regroup. They did get better as that short session went on. Yardev in particular at the end just reined things back a bit. But Toby Rowland-Jones had a very poor 2 overs. Very unlike him. So he'll just want to figure things out, have some food, get some fuel on board, figure out what he needs to do in the next session, because he's going to be a very important man, you'd think. Tim Murta also went at just over 4 and over. But promising signs with Luke Holman finding a bit of spin. And you were very confident, Handy. At the start of the innings, you thought, yeah, that's going to be a very tough score to chase down. 2-3-8. You still feeling as confident now?
No, definitely not. I mean, Middlesex, how quickly they break this partnership, and in particular remove Pollock after lunch. If they can get him quickly after the interval, then we're back to where almost we were at the start of the day. You know, the lead 177, as it was at the start with 4 wickets. At that point, I think I'd said, look, even if 4 wickets go for no runs, Middlesex will still be the favourites. Well, they require 178 to win Worcestershire at lunch on the 3rd day. The manner in which they've done it should worry Middlesex, because if Pollock hangs around for half an hour after lunch, 40 minutes after lunch, then again there's another chunk gone out of it. So they've got to get him quickly. They've got to make that breakthrough after lunch, but they've got to do it by not going looking for it, and it felt like that was what they did from the start of this innings.
Yeah, this pitch really, there should be something in it still for the bowlers. There's still sideways movement. There's still a little bit of up and down nature to it. And as you saw there is definitely some spin for Luke Holman. So still a long way to go for Worcestershire. And don't go anywhere, because this game is going to end today. One way or another, Middlesex are going to get 10 wickets, or Worcestershire are going to get up to 2-3-8. It's a glorious day. Lovely setting here at Merchant Taylors School. We're going to take a bit of a break, and we'll be back just before 1:40 for the start of a very important afternoon session.
We have some current scores from the LV Championship matches being played around the country today. In Division 1, at Chelmsford, Gloucestershire 136 and 252, Essex 310 and requiring 79 to win are 33 for 1. At the Rose Bowl in Southampton, Warwickshire 270 and 66 for 2. Hampshire 370 for 9 declared. At Canterbury, Northamptonshire 303 and 19 for no wicket. Kent 335. At Southport, Somerset 446 and Lancashire in response currently 262 for 1, where Luke Wells has made 109 and Keaton Jennings 107 not out. And at Scarborough, where Yorkshire made 521, Surrey currently 274 for 3. In response, Rory Burns 127 not out. In the second division at Chesterland Street, Derbyshire 283 and 87 for 4. Durham 296. At Sophia Gardens Cardiff, Glamorgan 318 and 169.
I'm excited to introduce our vision for the Julian Hill Cricket Centre. We're building a world-class cricket facility for the school and the community, which will complement our outdoor cricket facilities, arguably the best school grounds in the country. This wonderful project will not only transform our cricket provision, but also have a major impact on our future bursary offering and provide great enhancements for hockey at Merchant Taylors.
The space is going to be really special. We have 5 indoor cricket lanes dedicated to the surfaces that the boys will play on outside. The 3 lanes beside the hockey pitches will be fast bowling lanes, where the ball will be a bit bouncier and it will actually zip through a bit and challenge our batters. And the outside 2 lanes will be nets that will take a bit more spin. They won't bounce as much, so we feel like it'll be a good challenge of bat and ball and a unique opportunity for the boys to train and learn in different facilities. We'll also be purchasing a Truman bowling machine, which presents a visual hologram to the batter and allows them to decide whether to come forward or go back and then to attack or defend, which I feel will prepare our batters better than any schoolboy cricketer in the area.
I think the quality of coaching at Merchant Taylors is brilliant because in the first team we get 3 or 4 coaches with you at every training session. We get 2 or 3 Middlesex county cricketers that come and coach us every week. And apart from that, every now and again we get an international cricket team. So we had Australia and England come during the World Cup and then they'll give you some coaching practice there as well. And throughout the season we have a lot of external coaches as well, so you couldn't ask for more. So in the new centre we have a video analysis system, and that means that you're going to get filmed while you're bowling and while you're batting, and you'll be able to review that throughout the training session, and it'll give you a great sense of what you need to improve on throughout the season.
A feature of Merchant Taylors School is identifying and nurturing potential. Whether that's in the classroom, playing a musical instrument, or on the sports pitches, the Julian Hill Cricket Centre will allow every cricket enthusiast to train indoors, not just elite players already marked out for the first 11.
I'm really excited about this new cricket centre because we only have 1 session a week this time, and I hope that I can improve my skills by playing more so I can get better and get into the A team.
Our first principle in building the Julian Hill Cricket Centre is that Merchant Taylors cricketers will have all the access they need. Our second principle is that this should be a cricket centre for the entire community. With 5 lanes available during the week and at the weekends, we will make the centre available for external users to train in. Whether it is a local club team, the Old Merchant Taylors Cricket Club, Middlesex County Cricket Club, or visiting international sides.
So the indoor training centre will be great for us as Sunrisers to use. At the moment we're training over at Finchley and sometimes up in Chelmsford and sometimes over in Cambridge. So it'd be great to be able to use the facilities here more often and hopefully have the school as a base with the great facilities that they have.
When I returned to Middlesex in the position as Managing Director of Cricket back in 2009, Middlesex youth sides were already playing here on Sunday afternoons, and having spent some time up here watching them play, speaking to Richard Ale and the groundsman, seeing the magnificent facilities that are available, it encouraged me to start bringing our professional staff here and we've been coming here regularly ever since. We play first-class matches on the field behind me and had a very good record here. The pitches that they produce have been outstanding. And again, the grass facilities and the marquee that we use in March are outstanding too and give the team excellent preparation for the season. The facility that is going to be built here is going to be right up there with the best in the country.
Obviously we've been based at Lords for a long time, and that's obviously a big part of Middlesex history, but as a playing group to have a home away from Lords with all the facilities you need, have that indoor school, have all the analysis facilities we need to perform at the highest level is going to be a great opportunity for us all, and something all the players are really excited to get involved with.
Yeah, we absolutely love coming to Merchant Taylors as a squad. It's always been a special place. I remember as an under-10 coming in and playing one of the smaller pitches over on the far side, and to have sort of played up through the ranks and to play some first team games here has been really special.
So the cricket centre will be really beneficial for our hockey players. It's going to be situated adjacent to the hockey pitch, the water-based pitch we're still on at the moment, where the OMT club play and the school play a lot of their fixtures. The balcony that's going to run alongside the pitch is going to be covered, so nice shelter during the winter months for our parents and spectators. So yeah, really good place to watch the game, also maybe some video analysis from up there as well. There's going to be changing rooms that lead out onto the hockey pitch, obviously a lot closer to the pitch, and again provide us with space to do some tactics and analysis in there before and after matches.
Your generosity can help us build the finest school cricket facility in the country, with benefits to the whole community, other school sports, while also having a transformational effect on our bursary provision. Lettings income from the centre will be made available for bursaries. This could provide as much as a bursary in each year of the school. To set up an endowment fund to do the same would require in the region of £5.25 million. Together, we can build this world-class cricket centre and open the doors to the centre to those who otherwise would not be able to join the school. Every supporter of this project will be recognised in the building. For major donors, there are opportunities to name parts of the building for you, a family member, or perhaps a friend or a former teacher.
Julian Hill's gift of £1 million has made this project possible, and others have also made very generous pledges. I now ask for the support of the whole community to help us make it a reality. I hope that you will get behind this campaign and help in any way that you can. Thank you in advance for your help.
contact off the track. They don't. Yeah. There's no delay to make a takeout picture virtually anything that comes up. No, well, a lot of them they match up the pictures with the radio. Yeah. So they have to. It doesn't really work with that. Whether you take it 16 minutes. Two of you on today, I noticed. Say again? Two of you on today, quite a stretch. It was. This was a day that they booked at the start of the season on honourable people. Honourably. That was great. No, not a great session. Would it be too much to say that promotion hope hang in the next 2 hours? That's a good point. I hadn't thought that far ahead. You see what the more going to do? Way in. 5 teams in a 2-horse race. You're more than a 205 ahead, 1 wicket down. One's brought 2 all game. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, enjoy your lunch. Yeah, unfortunately, I've got some sweets in that one. You won't be able to. The glamorous large. Play due to restart very shortly. Just to remind you of the match situation. Middlesex 188 and 240. Worcestershire 191 and requiring 238. Presently 60 for no wickets. There are another 66 overs scheduled to be bowled today.
Got some?
Please welcome back our umpires Neil Bainton and Jack Shanklin. Scorers Con Shelley and Sue Drinkwater. Match referee is Simon Hinks. Jim Mercer leading up the Middlesex side.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School in Northwood. 60 without loss, Worcestershire, as they chased 238 to beat Middlesex. A dramatic morning with the bat, which is, I suppose it's been dramatic with the bat throughout, but not quite to the extent that it was, or for the reasons this morning. You had to have with an extraordinary counter-attack for Middlesex to end the innings, topped by what this pair have managed. Pollock 34, Libby 23. They've gone after the Middlesex opening bowlers and knocked Mercer and Roland Jones out of the attack for Holman. We had to have before lunch. Yet to see Tom Helm, who is warming up in front of us at the moment in the commentary tent, where we will bring you this live stream through what will be probably not the final session of the match unless Pollock keeps up the strike rate that he's got. Libby hasn't been going badly either, 23 or 40, but it is Toby Rowland-Jones indeed who's going to come on from the Benham end, up the hill. See if that can change his fortunes. It was from that end that he wrapped up those final 3 wickets in the Worcestershire first innings. Middlesex just desperate to get one going in the Worcestershire second innings in the chase. So 238 the target. This morning we were talking about, well, anything between 180 and 200 is going to be tough. When Middlesex got to 238, it looked as though they'd nailed it. Did that change the approach of Worcestershire, the counter-attack? They've hit anything with width. They've gone after anything that's been there for them. How will the afternoon go for both? Rowland-Jones to get us going. Libby's on strike. Close to where he wants to be, but it's worked away by Libby nicely for a single. Self Kevin Hand, Matt Kabir-Floyd in the tent for this one today. Scorching heat again as it was on day one. It could be a very uncomfortable afternoon for the Middlesex bowlers.
It will be if they bowl the way they did in those first 12 overs, particularly the seamers. Just a bit all over the place, really. Both sides of the wicket lengths weren't right. But Toby Rowland-Jones is the form bowler of the county championship. And this is a great opportunity now for him, coming from the end where he's had the most success, to just get Middlesex back on track here. Still a long way to go to get to 238. They've just got to be calm here, Middlesex, and keep putting the ball in the right area, or start putting the ball in the right area like they did in the first innings, and let the pitch do the work for you. Because even though the weather is fantastic here, looks a good day for batting, this is a pitch that will still help the bowlers, both seamers and spinners.
Anything wide they went after before the interval. Libby leaving that one well alone. Rightly so, I think. They'll know the pressure has swung quite dramatically here to Middlesex. There was a whisper at lunch from the visiting camp that good start, but 1 wicket easily brings 4 on this. So not getting carried away just yet. Oh, first look at the ball. There we go, 13th over. It took until, I know you love this chat, Floydie, it took until the 56th over of the Worcestershire first innings before Middlesex asked for the ball to be looked at. 13th over, and Murtagh goes to umpire Bainton.
Well, I remember the first game that I did when me and you first had conversation about the batch of balls this season, and I kind of laughed it off, didn't I? And I was wrong, because since then, wow. I mean, how many times have we seen this in Test cricket, in first-class cricket, the ball being changed, the handcuffs coming out, and the umpires having to go through this whole process. Unbelievable, really. I can't remember ever before a summer like it, where you've seen it so often. The ball's been such a hot topic.
What's the bowler's version of an old wives' tale? Because that was what it felt like at the start of the season, didn't it? It just felt like bowlers' gripes. Having not picked up the wicket, maybe it was a drier March as it was that affected the surfaces, and it was better batting surfaces, so they're blaming the balls.
Do you remember Luke Fletcher told us, didn't he? We had a conversation with Luke Fletcher at Lords when Middlesex took on Notts earlier on this year. Game that was drawn in the end after some rain on the final day. But Luke Fletcher had a great game, didn't he? Got a 50 or a couple of 50s, I think, from number 11, once as a night watchman. And he bowled pretty well too, but he was moaning about the ball. Said that the seam wasn't right and it went soft. And, he predicted that it would be a major issue in the Test matches, and he was right. It was a huge issue. As soon as the Test boys start complaining about things and you see it in the Test arena, then suddenly it becomes a big issue. But the poor county bowlers had to deal with those balls for a few games before that first Test match.
Stroke to cover by Libby, the replacement ball. Yeah, they'd actually had a second batch, hadn't they, sent in ahead of the Test matches. But they were coming out pretty much the same as the first. But yeah, you'll be glad you missed yesterday. The first team coach at Merchant Taylor School dropped in to say a quick hello before tea, and came with the theory of the head groundsman, Richard Railing, which That's beautifully clipped away. New ball, same result. Nice timing from Libby. Moves to 28, 66 without loss.
Wow, this was fantastic timing, wasn't it? Just a little flick, and that raced away. He looks in good touch, Josh Libby, at the moment. Not someone who's renowned for quick scoring, but he's been really positive. 28 off 44 balls, good strike rate that. He's been very strong through the offside. That's one of his shots, isn't it, off the back foot through the offside. But if you drift onto his pads as well, he's very adept at putting you away.
"13 gone, 66 without loss." Richard Grayling, sorry, not Richard Rayling. Richard Grayling's the head groundsman here at MTS. Ailing will get there in the end. Richard Ailing, the head groundsman. Apologies, Richard. It's Tom Helm. First look at him. Yeah, Richard, the head groundsman. He'd heard whispering. It was the feed for the cows this year, so the leather wasn't right. That's what's wrong with these Dukes balls. Extraordinary theories going around this summer.
I have heard that before, actually.
I've missed that one. You've heard it. Where did you hear that one?
Yeah, it was in the papers. It was in one of the papers as one reason why. I think maybe even the Dukes manufacturer said that. It's not out of the realms of possibility. Anyway, we're getting a bit deep here, aren't we? We're getting deep into it. Here's Helm.
Catch it, the cry. Helm's first ball given the same treatment as many of those that have been out on display so far today. It was Roland Jones. His second ball went for 6. Yardo's first went for 5.
Catch it was the cry, but this was nowhere near gully in the end. He just stood there, threw his hands at that, went up and over. It's not really a gully, it's a backward point. And Ed Pollock stuck to the old adage, if you're going to go at something, go hard. And he went up and over. So he looks like he wants to continue where he left off, which is worrying for Middlesex.
We've watched England plenty in the last few Test matches by the looks of it. Worcestershire going at it in the chase. Up in the air, catch it to cry, it's short of stone, and he checked the shot, I think, in the end. Pollock didn't go fully through with that bottom hands. He's rather guided it in the end when he realised he was tucked up, and that's where that bounce comes into it. We've seen a lot out on the hook and pull in this match.
He was a lucky boy there, Ed Pollock. He got done for pace there and bounced by Tom Helm. And we've seen that playing that shot on this pitch is a big risk, isn't it? Mark Stoneman's been bounced out twice with the slightly variable bounce. Middlesex for a moment there thought they were in business.
Looking for 2. Back they come, happily. Holman with the slide, Libby's on to 30.
So again, it's not been a good start to the session by Middlesex's bowlers. Runs have just come a bit too freely for their liking. They just need to get back to where they were at the end of that short session before lunch, where they just got a bit of control back, build up some pressure.
I think the big problem is as well now is that these first 4 deliveries of Helm, not a great deal wrong with any of the 4 of them. That one that was flayed away, the cry of catch, you say it was nowhere near backward point, but the ball itself wasn't dreadful, which is why Pollock went so hard at it, because it wasn't there for him to completely control, so he went fully with the shot. Equally, the one he got underneath. So Helm's there or thereabouts, but it's 2 batters full of confidence at the moment. Good again from Helm. That's just where they've got to hang in there, Middlesex, now on a line and length.
I think if anything, they've been a bit too short, Middlesex, over the past 13.5 overs. You look at a lot of the boundaries, a lot off the back foot. Libby's played 2 or 3 off the back foot through the offside. Pollock as well, we saw off the back foot there, got a bit of width from Helm as well. Yard have dropped short in his first over too. That's been the issue. Just got to get it up there, get the length right, let the pitch do the work.
Scramble the single just fine of Holman. Cry of no from Pollock at the non-striker's end. He wasn't sure it was fine enough of Holman at first. It was. End of the 14th, 74 without loss. Glamorgan, by the way, I should add, at lunch, because what was happening elsewhere, of course, our eyes were focused on here. Glamorgan 187 for 1. They lead Nottinghamshire by 220 at Cardiff. And it could all, of a sudden, in this round of matches, become a 5-horse race for those two promotion positions. It will really blow open Division 2 if Glamorgan do turn over Nottinghamshire. Oh wow, now that's got through, but again, something where Middlesex won't mind seeing that too much. If they can keep that ball on off stump, there is still enough in this pitch.
I mean, it wasn't a great delivery, was it? It was short and just went straight along the ground. But that should give Middlesex some encouragement here. Just get the ball in the right area and they could be in business, and it will put some doubt in the back of the mind of the Worcestershire batsman once again.
And again, that's up the hill, that's up the incline that it's bounced like that.
That's nice, that's a good length. You could see there Pollock was very late in moving. The bat came down from an angle from third slip. Middlesex need more of that. Just be patient, get back on track here. Toby Rowland-Jones is the man they'll be looking to, who's been head and shoulders above everyone, not just in Middlesex, but in the county championship this year. 40 wickets. Can he get on one of those rolls where he just looks unstoppable, just keeps hammering out a length, gets the ball to nip both ways off the seam. That's the one. That's the one. That has lifted sharply from Rowland-Jones. That's a great length for him. So we've seen one scuttle along the ground. Look at this one. This is nasty. Hits the bottom glove, I think. Almost carries all the way to Max Holden, at backward point. Now, is this where Middlesex start to crank up the pressure a little bit? Definitely this will be on Pollock's mind now. He's seen two balls do completely the opposite in this over.
Quiet catch, but that's put away all the way for 6. Pollock going with it again. He's on to 46 from 38.
This one flew a long way, straight over the wide fine legs head. Just sort of helped it around somewhere near the middle. Just turned around and looked and went straight over the back of that tent there. What a response from Pollock. Don't know whether the bouncer was the right ball to bowl there, to be honest. Just seen variable bounce, just get it back on a good length, try and hit that spot again. Again, the pressure's just been released slightly by Middlesex.
There it is. There it is. That's where they've got to leave it.
It's just still so much in this pitch still for the bowlers. They've just got to get it in the right area. I think Richard Johnson, if he had any hair, he would be pulling it out right now on the boundary, because his charges have just not been as good as they were in the first innings where they got it right. Haven't done so far. Good news for them. They've still got time here. They've still got room to play with Middlesex.
Oh, wow, look at that. That's what they're up against. Pollock brings up his 50 in 40 deliveries, 85 without loss. The bat's lifted by Pollock. Well, he's lifted his side here in the chase. What looked like an unlikely one, 238, is on the cards now. 6th, 4 and 2 6s.
What a knock by Ed Pollock. His second 50 to go with 100 this season. And he has just played how he likes to play, which is aggressive on the front foot, put the bowlers on the back foot and under pressure. And at times it can be a little bit ungainly, but it's highly effective. Scores heavily through the leg side. Middlesex need a response here, need a wicket.
Like the message from Stokes, he said at the end of the previous test, didn't he, that the message has been sent to county cricket. If you want to get in this England side, you're going to have to play in a certain way. Pollock's doing it here, isn't he? A positive, aggressive approach. Got to be on the front foot. Plenty of debate about it, isn't it? But it does feel as though we've moved into a new era of England cricket. How successful it will be over a prolonged period, we'll have to wait and see, but has been a game that's evolved a lot, cricket in general, over the last 10 years. Got him! Lifts on outside off. Libby going with the width again. But we've seen that dismissal a good few times in this match as well. Lift from Helm, and he enters the attack. And he gets Middlesex into the wickets column. 85 for 1.
Boy, oh boy, did Middlesex need this. Just back of a length. Strong area for Libby. Except this time he doesn't move his feet, does he? At all. Just throws his hands at it. And quite a thick edge through to John Simpson. Good carry. Very safe hands from the veteran. Just an error from Jake Libby. And Middlesex finally on the board. Now, the door is slightly ajar. Can they push through it? Well, they've got a good opportunity here. They've got a very inexperienced batsman coming in at number 3 in Taylor Cornell, who made 11 off 40 balls in the first innings. He's playing in just his 5th first-class game. And just his 3rd of the season for Worcestershire. Big pressure on him. Tough situation to come in. So far this season, he's only made 36 runs at an average of 12, top score 25. Bowled through the gate by Umesh Yadav in the first innings. So that's clearly an area where he might be targeted. Tom Helm, not a swing bowler, but he can seam the ball around. What can Middlesex do here? Can they go bang, bang?
Fall of the first wicket in the first innings, they lost 5 wickets for 27 runs. Worcestershire. Middlesex, as we mentioned just before we took the break for lunch, they lost their first 5 for 51 runs. Well, between the fall of the first and the 5th, it was 39 runs. (12 for 1 and 22 for 1, the falls of the first wickets in the first innings. 85 on the board in the second for Worcestershire. Oh, that lifts. That lifts. And that's where the game's still there for Middlesex. Alex Gibbon was on the mic yesterday when he said anything over 160 is going to be tough.
Whew. Imagine getting that second ball coming in as an inexperienced 23-year-old and getting one like that. That was nasty from Tom Helm. It was a good short delivery. I don't think it obviously bounced a little bit more maybe than expected, but it's just a well-directed short ball.
Well, indeed, you mentioned it earlier. That was the ball that Jack Davies got off Pennington, wasn't it, yesterday? His second ball lifted. Steers it away to get off the mark.
Umesh Yadav does well, gets around one-handed pickup and straight into John Simpson, pretty much over the stumps. Ed Pollock, you feel, will just continue to play as Ed Pollock plays. He's not going to be bothered by a wicket going down. But Middlesex now will try and play on the fact that they've got a new batsman in at the other end and try and play to Pollock's ego a little bit. Be incredible for Middlesex if they could get the other set batsman now. That would make a huge difference to this chase. Get 2 new ones in. That'll be the chat out there.
Beautiful. Lovely into the over. Very good over. A much needed one for Middlesex. They have the breakthrough with Libby caught behind. And a fine delivery to end to the very well set Pollock as well.
He was very late to move his feet there, wasn't he, Ed Pollock? Very late indeed. That's a good length for him. That really took off too. It's been a strange innings to watch, hasn't it? Because at times it looks really tough out there when the bowlers get it in the right place and the pitch does a bit. And then at other times it's just looked innocuous and the short boundaries have come into play in the fast outfield. Very hard to judge really where the game's going to go to from here. But Middlesex will be hearted now. Will we see a bit more consistency of length and line from the bowlers now we've got a new batsman in?
I think these are the two, Helm and Roland Jones, because of their heights. That bounce is going to be very much on the batter's minds. Getting forward, the ball's keeping low, but then they know that there's the odd one spitting. And it's not dangerous out there, it's not alarming, but there's just one every now and again, enough. As we were saying this morning, the bowlers have been in the game all the way because of the seam movement. We haven't seen as much of that seam movement today, probably because of the aggressive batting that has knocked them off their line and length. There goes another one.
That must have brushed the pad. That's why Toby Rowland-Jones went up there. The faintest of brushes, I think. And the right decision by Neil Bainton. We'll see it on the replay here. Just a faint little brush there. Although because it kept so low, it didn't matter so much that the batsman had both feet off the ground. That's how low it kept. It might still have been hitting the stumps there. I'm sure it was in terms of height, but it was more of a line issue there just outside the off stump.
Can't take your eyes off it still. That's where Middlesex will back themselves here. Just get on a line and length. And you really are asking Worcestershire to do an awful lot. And that's where they'll be really frustrated with what happened before lunch, because they weren't asking that many questions. And actually, quite the opposite. It almost felt as though it was delivered on a plate for what Pollock and Libby went out to do before the interval.
Be interesting to hear what you guys think watching. Get your replies in on the YouTube comment section. What do you think? I wasn't going to ask the question when they were numbed down. I'm going to ask the question now that Middlesex have got a breakthrough. What do you guys out there think? Who are favourites from here? Would you put your money on Middlesex? Would you put your money on Worcestershire? And if you think it's going to be either, let us know by what margin. So if you think Worcestershire are going to get over the line, how many wickets do you think they'll lose? If you think Middlesex are going to win, how many runs are they going to win by? It'd be fascinating to just do a little bit of a straw poll, I reckon. I know what my thoughts are now, but I'm not going to give them until I've heard a few from those watching on YouTube. So let us know in the YouTube comments, who do you think is going to win from here and by what margin, and we'll see what the general consensus is.
The chance that I was giving Worcestershire, which wasn't much before this innings began, was even if they get to 120 for 6 and somebody goes out and does now Pollock. Yard over the time it was. Edgy along the floor to Holden at backward point, just searching for that one a little bit. Cornell, end of the 17th, 86 for 1. But yeah, get to 120 for 6 in the modern day of cricket that we live in now, where so much is possible. Anything's possible really now with the bat, isn't it? The way that batters practice for white ball cricket, the way that that game has changed, and it's influenced the chase in particular in first class cricket as well. So 120 for 6, you couldn't rule it out that the lower order came out through the bat and all of a sudden they were there in a flash. It's gone the other way. It's gone from the top with Pollock. And an almighty chunk has been taken out of this chase. That's brilliant from Helm again, just finding that spot.
Be interesting to see where this hit him, actually. Got a feeling as it might miss the glove and hit him on the arm. Yeah, that's hit him on the bicep. That's hit him on the back bicep, I think. Not the first time that Pollock's taken a blow around the arm area. He got hit on the back elbow, didn't he, before lunch. I mean, if you get it in the right spot, it is difficult for the batsman, no doubt about it.
Oh, just a little leg side. Cryer catch, but it's away. And it's works in an extraordinary manner. We see it so often now, don't we? Almost an indescribable shot off the back foot, works over deep backward square.
How has this gone all the way? He swats it away like a fly, or he gets in an awkward position, doesn't he? Really awkward position. Then his hands come into play, and he still hits it for 6. Incredible hand-eye coordination from Ed Pollock. That's those one-day skills coming in. Most people try and play that like that. That's just going to go straight up in the air and dribble to square leg.
John Simpson hit a 6 like that to win a match at Taunton in an incredible chase. Everybody was set back, time was running out, and he hit it over the longest boundary as well. The field was all set, if memory serves, on the leg side as best they could, the longest boundary, and they were going to bowl straight at Simpson, so he'd have to back away and try and hit it over the shorter boundary if he could. Everybody back on the ropes, both sides, and Simpson played a shot exactly like that over, again, an almost indescribable shot. Wait the cry, straight to backward point again and hold them. That goes up in the air and down. Roland Jones got hands to it, couldn't quite hold on, puts a hand up in apology, had to go a long, long way.
Again, an awkward position from Ed Pollock, similar to the 6 he hit, except this time it goes straight up in the air. Luckily for him, he just got it in between the retreating slip and Toby Rowland-Jones coming in from third man. There was a bit of hesitation because Robbie White initially looked like he might have a chance of getting there, and that just slight hesitation from Toby Rowland-Jones meant that he then couldn't get there on the full, and it just bounced a bit short.
End of the 18th, 93 for 1. He was looking into the sun as well, I think, as he ran in on that one, directly into the sun, really, as that was up in the air for Rowland-Jones. So White running back. Really fancy one of them was going to get there. Rowland-Jones just about, but oh, what an over. That's 6, extraordinary one. Tried it again, top edged. That's why Middlesex have just got to stick at it. On this pitch, it shouldn't be easy to keep hitting out as Pollock has done.
Doit W says, I don't think the pitch is breaking up much, so if Worcestershire keep playing positively, they should win by 4 to 6 wickets. That would be some chase on this pitch. Gordon Boffin says, going to be a tough ask for Middlesex to get a result from here. You might have to do a rain dance. That'd have to be some dance to get the rain to come down in these conditions. It ain't going to rain anytime soon. Annan says, get Holman on. Yeah, I think a lot of Middlesex supporters would agree with that at the moment, but there is still enough in it for the Seamers. They're just leaking runs at the moment. Bowling a bit too short, perhaps.
Leg side again, but straight to mid-wicket. I mean, they've gone straight to the 2 taller guys because of the bounce, first and foremost, haven't they? They've just said, look, get your line right. And with this bounce, you're almost asking them to go across the line with it, and they're not going to want to go across the line because of the bounce. They're lacking that. Just don't give them width. That's the thing. But nearly saw the downfall of Pollock taking on the short ball from Helm. It's just if this man can get it right, if Rowland-Jones can come to the party now in a big way, then Middlesex could be back in it. Goes again. Goes after the length on that one. And Pollock's into the 60s, 97 for 1.
Again, too short, giving Ed Pollock the chance to just climb into it. Yeah, this time well in front of square. That was pretty much over wide mid-on, really, mid-wicket-ish. Hit very hard indeed. Middlesex need a rethink here. can't keep banging it in short. I know the odd one is really rearing up, but a good length as well. You can cause problems with the variable bounce. I think they've just gone away from what they did in the first innings.
Well, exactly that. The natural length of Roland Jones and Helm, that's where they want to be, because batters will not be happy being forward. And if one keeps low, then they're in trouble. You bang it in short, then long hop's a long hop. Scoring off the stumps again. Single out to deep mid-wicket.
The simple fact is that Middlesex have got to get Ed Pollock out pretty soon, because if they don't, the game could well be gone. If he bats another even 11 or 12 overs here, the rate that he's scoring, if he bats another 11 or 12 overs, he could score another, he could be at 100 at that rate. So, and the team will be 60, 70 away from winning the game. So they've got to figure out what's the best way to get him out. They've almost got him out with that top edge pull, but that's also his strength, isn't it?
Fielded by Holden.
Just feel like we've seen him push forward a couple of times and get beaten on the outside edge. Still something there if you get it in the right spot. He doesn't look comfortable going forward.
There's the line and the length. I mean, if you get the length right on this, then a grubber's a grubber. You know, unless it's a half volley, then even just full of a length, if it grubs along, the batter's got a problem. It's getting the right length, but it was just the width they gave them as well before lunch, which really allowed Pollock, but even Libby, to throw the bat at the ball. Better. It's there or thereabouts from Roland Jones. 98 for 1 at the end of the 19th. Just the long hop that he was punished for in that over, Roland Jones. And that's what they've got to avoid, the long hops and the long half volleys. Other than that, if they can keep it there or thereabouts on off stump, then they're in the game. As we've seen the width as well, Pollock and Libby before Cornell, they will go after it. 140 to win.
Tom Helm into his 4th over. His extra bounce has definitely caused a few problems so far, hasn't it? First of all with the wicket of Libby, and then tucking up Ed Pollock, who looked awkward, trying to play the hook shot off him. Definitely something to work with there for Helm. Just the one slip in now for Pollock. It's a wide first slip, probably more like a second slip. And the field is spread now, so you've got a man on the boundary in front of square on the leg side, in between sort of a cow corner and a deep backward square leg. You've got a deep backward square leg as well, and you've got a fine leg who's quite wide. So already there for the hook shot. Field is set for a bit of short bowling. Pitches up and he clips away and splits the two men perfectly. That was the wide fine leg and the deep backward square leg, and it went right in between the middle of them. So it was a double bluff pitched up by Helm. But again, it was ungainly, but the timing was very, very good. He's such an interesting batsman to watch, isn't he, Ed Pollock? Strange, strange technique, very leg side dominant, but he's very effective. There's the bouncer, doesn't want to take it on this time. 100 up for Worcestershire in quick time, inside 20 overs. They are racing towards their target at the moment. 136 more needed. Round the wicket this time, Helm. Oh, that's reared up nastily. That really has. Looks like it was quite well played in the end. I think it might have hit Pollock on the helmet. Out comes the physio. I'll check the helmet as is customary these days. Have a look at this. Oh, that's reared up, and I think it's gone off the shoulder, maybe onto the helmet. It's also seamed a bit. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, maybe a bit of shoulder, a bit of helmet. He's taken some blows so far. He showed some real bravery and toughness. It's been a really impressive innings, hasn't it? Taken a few for the team, still out there, still going, still playing his shots. So time just for everyone to take stock here, and it's Middlesex in truth who need the break more than Worcestershire. Need to figure out what's gone wrong so far and how they can rectify it. Still got a few runs to play with here, but they've got to get a breakthrough ASAP. And it needs really to be Pollock, because he's just scoring at far too quick a rate for him to be irrelevant to the situation. He's going to be a danger if he stays in, regardless of how many wickets are falling at the other end.
So that's the first one in the match, really, that has been nasty. We've kind of said, look, it's never been dangerous, the bounce. We've seen a couple of near grubbers today, not quite, but near. The ones that have risen, there's been a few that are wrapped on the gloves, but equally Helm around the wicket. It was a pretty well-directed short delivery. It wasn't one that's climbed off a good length. Yeah, there's much sort of be in the batter's mind, as we said. It might be happily on the back foot with a pitch that's keeping low. Helm running down the hill. Funny thing being that running down the hill, that is where the extra bounce has come from. Running up the hill, that's where the grubbers have come from.
Oh, and this has gone through for a run, I think. Again, variable bounce. He's given as runs. Oh, leg buys eventually. Given as leg buys. So that's seamed a bit. Don't think that one's bounced too much. I've seen the other side of it there. Brings Cornwall on strike. Now he's just come in. Young man without much first-class experience. This is a lot harder for him than it is for Ed Pollock at the moment. These are tough conditions. You do sense that things are happening with Helm at the moment. Be worth maybe keeping him on for another over or two. 20 gone, 103 for one. Is it time for a bit of Luke Holman, perhaps? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Looks like it's going to be the skipper. If you want a job doing, do it yourself. Toby Rowland-Jones, very unlike him, gone for over 7 and over today. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43. Stark contrast to his first innings and pretty much his whole season. Mercer's bowled 4. Umesh Yadav as well, handy. I thought he was getting into his work, wasn't he? Before the lunch interval, he took an over to get into it, but Just bowled the 4 overs in the end. I wonder if giving him a burst from this end even would be an option. That's pulled away again. That is the area of strength for Ed Pollock. You can't bowl there to him. You will get dispatched. This one's running away up towards the school.
Wow. Bit of a loosener from Mercer, just dropped short. At his pace, Pollock's eyes in. The ball's always going to go. Wasn't even particularly that short from Mercer, but Pollock is in the zone. But yeah, I agree on Yadav. It won't be too long before they've got to go back to him. I think they want to give Helm every chance down the hill first. Whether they send Yadav up the hill, but probably the deployment. I think the spinner, they're going to want to keep the spinner for the lake end, bowling up the hill. Luke Holmley bowled nicely before lunch. He'll get a go as well. I guess it was just a chance, Mercer saying as captain to Roland Jones. It's interesting, if somebody else was captain, it may well have been Mercer opening up after lunch from the lake end once more. But they wanted to give Roland Jones a chance at this end. Back to Mercer, then to Holman, I'd imagine, down there. It's just timing now, really, isn't it, of what can Mercer do in this spell. The irony being there was just that one bad ball from Roland Jones in his final over.
Full this time, he goes down on one knee, drags it over to the leg side, one bounce to the man at deep mid-wicket on the boundary, Sam Robson. That's a position he gets into frequently as well when you bowl full to Ed Pollock. Gets down on one knee, almost slog sweeping off the seamers.
I mean, it's still very high-risk stuff, isn't it, from Pollock? The one off Helm that Roland Jones nearly got underneath. That one, as you've seen there, it was mistimed. That was on off the toe end, wasn't there? He's throwing the bat at it, and quite rightly so. He's got to back himself from here. But it's been a pitch all the way through where you can't quite say you're fully in, and that still counts now for Pollock. So Middlesex have just got to keep trying. Just keep trying to hit the top of that off stump and hope that the mistake comes. Is it 128 more for Worcestershire to win? But another wicket on that board now. You can never say never. Might just be the chance to try and get in amongst them.
Oh, I tell you what, he just trapped that, didn't he, with the bat? He was right in front of all three there, Cornell. Just got a thick inside edge. Otherwise, they would have been up for that one for sure. It does seem funny, doesn't it, that as soon as Pollock is on strike, the bowlers seem to lose their length, seem to drop it a bit short, but whenever Libby or Cornell, the more traditional batsmen they've been on, suddenly they're back on a good length. It's amazing, isn't it, how an unconventional batsman, the batsman who's very attacking, can just upset your rhythm as a bowler, upset your length, and you start trying too hard. Whereas for Cornell, it's been pretty much there every time. Good line and length. Over bowled. 7 from it. 110 for 1. I know it's an easy thing to say as well now because they've still got, 128 to get from here. Of course, it's easy. But Middlesex, again, just shouldn't panic here. They can still get this back on track. It all changes once you get Ed Pollock. He's picked that one up off the leg side for another 6. Would you believe it? There's 3 men out there. And he just nonchalantly flicked it over one of them for another 6.
I'm trying to think who that reminds me of. It's almost a little bit of the Phil Hughes about the way he taken that for a 6 half volley over deep mid wicket. He's just carved the ball away, didn't he?
It's almost like he's not even looking at the ball. It's like a no-look flick. Incredible. Again, there you go. He's not looking at that, is he? He's just reacting with his hands. He's got incredible hand-eye coordination. Started off as a T20 player for Warwickshire. He had an incredible strike rate in his first few games in T20 cricket. It was amongst the best in the world as an opener because he'd come in and just try and hit every ball for 4 or 6. He's obviously gone to Worcestershire to try and make a go of 4-day cricket. By the looks of things, and by the way that Test cricket's being played at the moment, maybe it's going to suit players like Ed Pollock in the future. Gid ball.
Oh, he was worried yesterday when he joined us on the mic. Here's that 6 again. Watch the eyes on it. Let's have a look and see at what point. Oof. Folded the arms from Max Holden. That point watching on. Frustrating for Middlesex. If they can get Pollock, that's the thing. If they can get him, then maybe the game changes.
I think when you're fielding and someone like Ed Pollock is batting, it's doubly frustrating because he just looks so ungainly and you think, how on earth does that ball go there when he's playing with that sort of a technique? Either the hook shots or the clips off his leg, but he just seems to have such a good eye that he connects with the middle more often than not. And on a short boundary like this, forget about it. It's going to go out of the park. Sure, he hasn't got all of that, but he's got enough. He's got enough. Another 6, same area. This is astonishing.
Well, I mean, what can you say? Extraordinary hitting from Pollock. And, you know, this is against a serious bowling attack. He's doing it as well on a pitch where runs have been at a premium. Like, you know, just got after them this morning, so Pollock has decided to come out and do from the top. Against a bowling lineup, Helm at the start of the season, everybody was saying, look, he's nearly bowling himself into that England side.
It's a no ball, and it's also gone through the hands of John Simpson as well for byes. So more pain for Middlesex here. Never rains, but it pours. It's been a bad over as well. 114 now needed. No, 108 after that. 4 no balls. Wow, what an over this has been. 6-1.16, 4 no balls. Helm's figures have been ruined here. Oh, that one grubs along the ground, beats the inside edge and goes for a bye. Pretty untidy all round. And Ed Pollock will keep the strike.
Yeah, well, I mean, that over, probably, if anybody was wondering what has happened in this match, that over there is probably the best example of it. One that really climbed. Simpson burst out of his hands as he went leaping for it. Arguably the best keeper in the world, as he's been dubbed this year by a good number. Certainly the best glovesman in England. He's been recognised as of late. Grubber to end though, and the extraordinary hitting of Pollock, who is taking this game away from Middlesex when it looked as though Yadav had produced a cameo at the end to surely solidify Middlesex's place in the match, but it was going to take something extraordinary, and it is something quite extraordinary we're seeing here from Pollock. 87 from 61, and one of the most respected bowling lineups in the country are being very much put to the sword.
Well, where do Middlesex go from here?
I think you called it, Yadav and Holman. It's not far off that stage. Can't wait too much longer to exhaust their options, otherwise it will be too late.
No, a big hoik. Again, hasn't bounced. Good take by John Simpson, going to his right. Immediately, Tim Murta makes a signal. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket already. There's two more men on the leg side, one in front of square, one behind square. I think, at least with that shot, if he hits you out the park there, it's not a bad delivery. If he drops short, though, and he bangs you out the park, that's different. Middlesex, you've just got to try and persevere with getting it up there rather than dropping short like that. Much, much better. Hard to hit that one through the leg side. I do think they've got to look at bringing Umesh Yadav back on pretty soon. You know, your overseas bowler, I know it's his first game, but bring him in over here as your go-to strike bowler in a lot of ways. He's only bowled 4 overs so far in this innings. I think he needs a good run, ideally from next over, I think, after that expensive Helm over from the top end. There's the slog sweep again. Oh my God, it's gone for another 6. That's the longer boundary over on that side, but Robbie White just turned around, watched it sail into the bar area.
It's the roof of the beer tent, hey? Partnership goes past 50. The rate Pollock's going, probably have a beer game after tea this evening. Could be all done. Middlesex have to remove the Worcestershire opener. 93 from 64. Just gets better and better for the Worcestershire opening batter. He's played that nicely, almost off the top of off there, and that's what we've been talking about. Stick to the top of off and reap the rewards eventually, but just seeing it so big now. Holman's got to be worth a go. Had a good over before lunch. He's on top form with the bat at the moment, full of confidence. Can he produce something around the wicket? We talked about him trying to rag it back from those footholes. Right arm around to the left-hander. I really don't think Middlesex can afford. There's a 6 per over at the moment, isn't there? At least. There's 2 a couple of overs back.
Bit of width. This time he goes through the offside. That's a rarity. An offside boundary for Ed Pollock, but a very nice one.
How on earth to Middlesex remove him?
He's just 3 away now from a magnificent century. Only his 2nd ever first-class century and his 2nd this season. Very full. Eases us through the offside. Is this the moment? Will they push for 3? I think they might do here. They come back. 100 for Ed Pollock. And what an innings it's been. It has taken just 67 deliveries. Absolutely brilliant. He has taken the game to Middlesex, an informed Middlesex seam attack. He's put them under pressure from the off, and he has taken the game by the scruff of the neck.
I mean, look, the way that I was framing it at the end of the Middlesex innings is how many times out of 100, given what's gone before in the first 3 innings, do you think Worcestershire will pull off this chase? And the answer would have been not that many. But Pollock, a century from 67 deliveries in a game where runs have been at an absolute premium. They didn't start well, Middlesex. There's no 2 ways about that. They got it wrong at the start of the innings. And now they've got to get it right very quickly from somewhere. And Holman is the man who will come down the slope for the first time. They're going to change his end, which is interesting, whether that is to bring Yadav on from the Benham end. He's been bowling down the hill so far, from the Lake end. Sorry, they're going to bring Yadav on from the Lake end. He's been running down the hill from the Benham end so far, but that's where Holman's going to come on from.
Must they? I thought they'd do it the other way around. Really, I thought Holman would stay there, given what we saw from the foot marks.
Would have bowled well there, didn't he?
Yeah, and to the left-hander as well, to Pollock, the guy you want to get out. But let's see what he's got here anyway. There was a lot of turn. The other issue you've got is that Pollock will then be hitting towards the slightly shorter boundary. How good has it been to be Taylor Cornell in this partnership too? He's been able to ease his way to 2 off 21 balls. No need to do anything different. Got a guy at the other end blazing it to all parts. Doesn't need to take any risks. And that's been the beauty of the way that Pollock has played as well. Interestingly, he's got more aggressive, more attacking since Jake Libby got out. Probably recognises the fact he's got a young, inexperienced batsman with him. You can see there are some footmarks there for Holman to aim at, but just a few more from the other end, really. Seem to have settled in more, those footmarks.
Yeah, I was trying to work it out, whether there was a theory that maybe they were more pronounced at that end and it was worth a go.
Well, I think Middlesex have just got to the point now where they've got to try something different, and that is probably the main reason why Holman's coming on from that end, just to mix it up. They're not quite in the last chance saloon, but they're not far off it.
Yeah, in terms of leverage, if you're hitting up the hill, I guess you've got to go that little bit higher to get it over the top of a long off and long on, rather than hitting down the hill. But I don't know, I was trying to work out what the theory could have been, but equally, maybe it was this man. Maybe they just decided, look, let's give Yadav a go up the slope, see what his pace up the slope comes up with. It is from the lake end where he's coming on now that we've seen more of that low bounce. Maybe if with a little bit of pace he can push them back and one keeps low, they can sneak one through.
It's going to come around the wicket straight away to Taylor Cornell, who he bowled in the first innings, coming from over the wicket. Just nipped one through his gate, inside edge onto the stumps. Now, even if Middlesex could get Cornell out here, just give him a bit of hope, wouldn't it? Just open one end up. Might put a bit more pressure on Pollock. You get a couple quickly. Wide of the crease. Pollock flips him away for one. So Cornell's on strike. See if he goes back to over the wicket for Cornell or stays around. Looks like he's staying around.
Guess you could ask the question that there's a guy on a century. Pollock's on 102 now, and Yadav's only bowled 4 overs in this innings so far.
I think that's a very legitimate question. Definitely.
Again, the madness of this match is Middlesex don't have much to play with, but if they can get Pollock, we have seen enough wickets go quickly enough in this game that just building a little bit of pressure could snowball, but he has got them so close now. Just
kept a tad low, that one. You do fancy Yarder with his extra pace. Is the kind of bowler who would make more use of any up and down bounce, i.e. the batsmen have got less chance to react at that pace. A bit of sea movement or a bit of up and down if he can get it straight. Who'd have thought it? They need less than 100 from here, Worcestershire. What an amazing start it's been. 92 to win. Well, if Pollock stays into the end of the session, they might finish it before tea. That would be something, wouldn't it? Over the wicket. Well played by Cornell. Just rode the bounce there, clipped it away for a 4. His first. Very nicely timed.
Youngster in on the act. It's not part of the plan. That was really beautifully played by Cornell. Riyadh's response B. Handed out the tap to the Worcestershire bowling attack this morning. Middlesex desperate, he can hand out some punishment with the ball as well.
Oh, that one really did take off. Well played in the end by Cornell. That'll give him some confidence, that over. Really nice clip off the hip. 65 this partnership is worth now off just 59 balls. Cornell's made 6 of them.
So what is it, 88 to win now. 9 wickets standing. It would worked out yesterday evening, the wickets were falling at 19, 20 apiece in this match. So from this point, even if they were to go at half their average, each wicket from here on in, Middlesex would still be pushed. That's beautifully driven away. Pollock's on to 106, 154 for 1. This is turning into a procession now.
Really nice shot this, against the spin of Holman. Just goes up and over on purpose. See the way that he held the pose there, up and over and wide of mid-off. Really skilled shot that.
Oh, width. Just a singles to the sweeper.
Just tried something a bit different there, Luke Holman. I don't think it came out of the hand quite the way he wanted it to. He'll probably be a little bit relieved that Ed Pollock's off strike.
Well, one squirts out. Toe end of the bat for a single. Of course, Ben Stokes scored a 64-ball century against Worcestershire. That was Durham's fastest first-class century when he did that against Worcestershire earlier this summer. Worcestershire themselves must have pushed it close here with, or Pollock, I should say, must have pushed it close here to Worcestershire's fastest first-class century, if indeed he hasn't already broken it. We'll have a look and see now. Nice bit of flight from Holman. Almost feels like there's a little bit of resignation out there about Middlesex, which there shouldn't be. If Pollock falls, they say there'll be nerves. the Worcestershire camp. Hold again. Oh, Bolus is the call. He was slow setting off. Cornell, he was bull watching, but he's through for the single.
I think that was out with the direct hit. Not the easiest because Max Holden had to come round and then turn his body and aim at the stumps, but he had not 3 stumps to aim at, but a couple of stumps, you'd say. Pretty sure that would have been gone had it hit. You're right about there seeming like there's a little bit of an aura of resignation out there, as can often happen when a team goes out there full of hope for a win, and then all of a sudden within 26 quick overs that hope seems to have been taken away from you. But you are right, there's still time here, still 80 to win. It's not easy as a new batsman coming in.
Oh, it's good.
You can see by the way that Cornell struggled, you know, 8 of 34 balls. Runs have not been easy to come by. Ed Pollock is almost playing on a different pitch to everyone else. You get him out, and there is renewed hope. But if you don't, you could easily lose by 9 wickets. That's the fine margin of this game.
This is the man, really. They've got to hope somehow all that experience of Yadav can come up with something. The overs just Helm bowl there as well, because he's been a big player in this match, of course, for Middlesex. 5 over spell, 1 for 37. Good bumper. Yadav and Holman, the only 2 of the Middlesex 5 bowlers going at below 4 and over. Mercer going at 6, Roland Jones 7, Helm 7. Chatham Mercy you can hear out in the middle.
Only 3 maidens so far in 26.5 overs. Just haven't been able to build up any kind of pressure at all. Tells a big story, that.
Yeah. So they started badly, didn't they? There's no 2 ways about it. They'll know full well they did not start well, Roland Jones and Mercer. And they've not been able at all to claw it back from there to this stage. Can they cling to the hope that if they remove Pollock, at least they would try and wrestle back some control and make it a more patient approach from Worcestershire in the chase? So what they won't want to do is walk off the field and just feel like they haven't at least got past Pollock to try and have a go at the rest, because as you say, he's playing a different game to everybody else at the moment. Easier said than done to remove the man on 108 from 72. Oh, that slipped out. Gets away with it though. Turned at the back to cover. Maiden over. Possibly would have been a wide if Cornell had let that go. 158 for 1 after 27. Just tried to have a quick search of Worcester's fastest first-class century. Have a check and see on the Worcestershire Twitter feed. I'm sure they'd have screamed it on there if it was indeed the fastest. Somehow, those 2 have got to find a way to slow it all down. Second first-class century for him. 76 balls, 7 sixes. Nothing to say that it was the fastest for Worcestershire, though, from the county themselves.
Interestingly, he's actually been a lot more circumspect to the spinner, Pollock. Been happy to knock the ball around. Whenever there's been pace on the ball, he's not been so happy to do that. He's wanted to go after them, even with men out on the boundary. Switching to over the wicket now.
Well bowled. Really well bowled. Just managed to put together back-to-back maidens before lunch, these two, Yadav and Holman. Seems like an awfully long time ago. I was thinking, you didn't really expect that coming out after lunch they'd be able to continue at the rate they were going. Continue it, Pollock has. Oh, he's got that through. Mercer's giving the hard chase here, it beats him. 4 more.
Lovely shot from Taylor Cornell. Just went for placement rather than power, and he got his placement spot on, right between mid-off and cover. And then once he got it through the gap, that was always going to go for 4. So lightning quick outfield here at Merchant Taylor's School. Parched outfield.
Put a ball, turn the over. 163 for 1, 28 gone. Not really any other options that you'd turn to at the moment. Middlesex, they've used the 5 that they've got in the game. One thing would be, can they get another burst from Helm, another wicket from Helm?
Well, Helm actually bowled well in his first 4 overs. It was the 5th over where collectively I think he and Middlesex lost the plot a little bit and tried to keep bouncing Pollock out, and he just kept hooking him over the 3 men that were out there. The boundary just wasn't big enough for him. It was a tactic that clearly didn't work. So I'm not sure I'd bring him back immediately. I do think Yadav could have come back a bit earlier. Maybe could have come on from the Benham end as well earlier to replace Helm.
Sharp bouncer, well-directed bouncer as well.
Does have a quick bouncer, doesn't he? You can see just to the naked eye, when you look up, he's a good couple of yards quicker than anyone else on show.
Deliberately pushed him back, first ball of the over as well. Got a single first ball of the last over to get off strike, Pollock. I'm sure that Yadav will really want to try and get a good look at him here. Stroked away, only to backward points. Sam Robson in there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he wants to take on Yadav for the hook shot. He's taken on every other seamer, no problem. Haven't seen him yet try a hook off a Yadav bouncer. That's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? Well, once again, he showed he's got so much power and the boundaries are so small that even if he doesn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat, it's likely to fly over the boundary.
Oh, flashes hard at that one with the open face, and it's 4 more. All comers taken on by Ed Pollock.
Made lovely crack sound off the bat, this one. Shows he can score through the offside too. Just threw his hands at that, didn't he? It was, wasn't that short, actually. It was just back of a length, but there was just enough width to allow him to free the arms, and that raced away to the boundary just behind square. What an innings this has been. He's not been afraid of anyone, not been afraid to take on any kind of shot. second first-class century of his career. It'll be one that he remembers for a long time. Could be the making of him, couldn't it, as a red ball player, Ed Pollock.
Goes again with this one, but hasn't gone all the way. And Yadav finally removes Pollock. Gone for 113, 77th delivery. Have Middlesex just given themselves a chance, or is it too late? He's played a game of his own out there, but the game's over for him now. As the game opened up again for the hosts, 167 for 2.
Well, I asked earlier, would Pollock be brave enough to take on the Yadav short ball? He was brave enough, but for once, after a scintillating innings, he just came up short. Didn't quite get enough on this one. He was tucked up. We've seen him get in that position before, but he still had enough to get it over the boundary. This time he was just a yard or two short, but take nothing away from him. That has been a brilliant innings. 113 of just 76 balls. He has got his team 80% over the line here. If they go on and win, it will be largely down to him.
I think the massive thing is here, if they don't go on to win from here, it will be, well, it will be soul-destroying for Pollock and Worcestershire, really, having got to this position now. However, the flip side of that is Middlesex right now will be coming straight back into this game, you'd have thought. Those bowlers, I'd say that, well, Holman, does he stay on or do they go back? There you go, Tom Helm's warming up straight away. This is their one chance now, Middlesex. If they're going to get back into it, it has to be now.
Jack Haynes is the new batsman, one of the in-form players for Worcestershire this season, averaging 60 in the county championship. 300s he scored, 603 runs at 60. Just needs to get them over the line here. Good start that by Yadav, right on the money, right onto the top of off stump, making Haynes play. You're right, stranger things have happened from here. On this kind of a pitch, I mean, if you're just tuning in, you're seeing 167 for 2 off 28.5. It doesn't tell a full story, that. This pitch is still showing a bit of variable bounce. Still the odd one is seaming to, and it's turning. It is not that simple for a new batsman.
End of the over. How big an over? Pollock, has he done all the damage he needed to do? Or is there still a little glint of hope for Middlesex? At Fortress MTS, never beaten here. But Worcestershire are very, very close in this chase. 167 for 2, 71 required, 8 wickets standing. Go back to that, how many times out of 100 would they do it? Well, from here, a fair few you'd have said. So it's Middlesex now that have got to try and buck the odds. And Tom Helm is immediately recalled with the fall of Pollock to try and burst away through this Worcestershire middle order. 2 for 36 in the first innings. He picked up Haynes and Roderick. Ronan Jones 4 for 60 in that first innings.
And what will give Middlesex a bit of hope here as well is that Taylor Cornell, not only is he inexperienced, but he's been very watchful. He hasn't been able to get away 12 or 44 balls, so they can just relax a little bit here and know that the ball's not going to fly to all parts, or it shouldn't do over the next few overs, and can just find their length again, settle into a rhythm. I think Pollock really just put them off their length for the way he played.
Well, that's it. Can they settle Middlesex? They haven't settled at all in this innings, have they? With the ball. Not from ball one. There was a couple of overs before lunch. Helm had settled into a good rhythm. He said it was his last over that really took the tap from Pollock. But can they settle into a rhythm from both ends for a consistent period over a few overs, try and build some pressure and really slow them down? And there's one thing for sure, Haynes won't come out, I'm sure, and try and replicate Pollock. He will try and play properly from here, try and steer it. They won't want to be reckless from this point and try and see it over the line quickly. with that, Middlesex will try and get back to the rhythm of this match so far, that runs have been at a premium and the bowlers have forever been in the game. Bouncer again. 4 dot balls to start the over. That's the other thing, isn't it? Try and rack up the maidens here. As you said, there have only been 3 across the innings. Is it 4 now? 4. I've got a second. Rack up the dot balls, the first thing, and you can see Cornell strike rate there, 12 of 48. They'll be trying to keep Haynes to something similar. But he, the form batter. Nicely guided. It's a single. And the simple things that Cornell and Haynes now have got to stick to. Can they just keep the scoreboard ticking with singles? So much time left in the match. It's not comfortable out there for the Middlesex bowlers in this heat. The ball now into its 30th over. That's another factor. The ball will start to be losing that little bit of life. As we said prior to Yardo's bit of fun this morning, the no innings in the match had gone past 60 overs. It was starting to look pretty flat when Yardo was flaying it around. Pretty soft, I should say, the ball. Good stop by Helm. Turn the over, just a single off it. 30 gone, 168 for 2.
And Middlesex have just got to keep telling themselves that 238 is still a long way away on this pitch. 70 runs, I know it doesn't seem like it, but it is in the context of the game. You take out Ed Pollock's innings, 113 off 77 balls, and no one else in the entire game has scored that freely and got a big score like that. They're not going to rush over the line here.
Nicely played. Played with a bit of time off the back foot by Cornell. 13, of course, that's his 50th delivery now, so he's been in for a good while.
And Cornell's top score in first-class cricket is only 25. So he's the guy coming in at number 3 for Worcestershire. Middlesex should still feel they can put this side under pressure. The only issue is they've got Jack Haynes in now. They've got Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard, the next 2 in. All 3 of those are in very good form this year. It's a nice shot off his legs. Been decent off his legs, Taylor Cornell this innings. All 3 of those men are averaging over 60 in first-class cricket this season. And you would think, from a Worcestershire point of view, not all 3 of them are going to fail. You think one of those guys is going to be able to get us over the line. So it's still very much in favour of Worcestershire. Probably 90-10, 80-20, 90-10 you'd say, easily from Worcestershire. And there's still that 10% hope for Middlesex because of the pitch.
Sharp still from Yardev. They'll know if they can just put a couple on the board. On a pitch that's doing a bit, put a couple on the board. They've just got to get a wobble going, haven't they? By immediately slowing it down here, that's got to be the first thing they do. Get to that line of length, get to the basics. And if the basics can grab them a couple on a pitch that's been bowler friendly so far, then there will be a wobble. It's well run.
But equally, because you've only got 70 to get from a Worcestershire point of view, these 2 put on 30, that's the game, really.
Yep.
Really, that is it. Middlesex have to strike soon, otherwise it's game over. And that puts pressure in itself on the bowlers. They start striving, they start trying to search for the wickets, and then you get a few more runs come your way, a few more loose deliveries. So next 5 to 10 overs, that's the game, really, isn't it? Jack Haynes of good stock, good Worcestershire stock, son of Gavin Haynes, all-rounder. Played for a few years at New Road. It's well fielded. They will come through for a single though, so Haynes is off the mark. Yeah, Haynes had never got to 3 figures in first-class cricket until this season. He's got 3 this season. I think he had a high score of 97 last season, but he's broken that barrier this year. It's been a breakout year for him. He's still very young. What is he? 21. Very young. He's a player who they have a lot of high hopes for at Worcestershire. Tom Helm got him in the first innings though, caught at slip. We've not seen any interest for slip really, have we, this innings, Handy? We saw one nicked slip off Tim Murtagh. It was Josh Libby, I think, early on, off the back foot, didn't carry the second slip. Nothing else at all of interest. Not too many have gone past the outside edge, and I think that underlines the areas that Middlesex have bowled. They just haven't really bowled full enough, just bowled too short on the whole. Haven't threatened the outside edge as much as they should have done.
No, they'll know that. No matter what Pollock's done, they haven't got it right in this innings, Middlesex. The task is very, very difficult for them, and the time is very limited for them to get it right very quickly. But wickets have gone in clutches, and that's what Middlesex themselves have to cling or clutch to. Nice looking shot, only as far as cover fielder Luke Holman, who Helm has replaced at the Benham ends.
It was on the up as well, that, wasn't it? Very nice from Jack Haynes. He's got very nice hands, good timing. Could be a risky shot on a pitch like this if the ball does a bit.
Well, they're still playing it relatively confidently, aren't they, these two, although not in the same way Pollock did. But what they can't do is go into a shell and let Middlesex bowl at them and let Middlesex get onto that good length. So they've got to try and keep the runs ticking. I don't want to get totally bogged down here. See on those strike rates at the bottom that you'd expect. Fall of wicket, fine. Just shut up shop for a couple of overs. But I don't want to let Middlesex get into too much of a rhythm against them. Release of pressure, little short, little wides. Given the treatment by Haynes, his first boundary.
Now the loose delivery, too much width, too short, and he just threw his hands at that, didn't have to do much else. Haynes, but it was a nice shot, controlled well. A couple more of them, and they will be feeling very good about life, Worcestershire. Getting closer now. 64 to win.
Well run. Oh, it's the stumps. Nothing doing for umpire Bainton. He's got to come and repair the damage. Yeah, the wasn't much wrong with that ball from Tom Helm. Yeah, he's got his bat down on that one, didn't he? But yeah, not so much wrong with that ball at all from Tom Helm. That's there or thereabouts, so they want to be. Do have to go top of off. Don't allow that width. Let's finish the over. 175 for 2. Let's have a look at those scores elsewhere. Glamorgan were going well against Nottinghamshire. As I say, the top of Division 2 could look pretty tasty at the end of this round of matches. Glamorgan 269 for 4. They lead Nottinghamshire by 302 now at Cardiff. A remarkable performance by them there against the very, very fancied, and rightly so, Nottinghamshire. 144 for Eddie Byram at the top. Fletcher, Hutton, Patterson, Mullaney, Patterson, White. The big guns on display. Pattinson missing that one though. Derbyshire, Durham. Derbyshire the other sides who beaten Middlesex recently. Oh, flays at that one. Outside off.
Yeah, didn't move his feet at all there, did he? Yardev will have noticed that in the old memory bank. He went wide of the crease, drew him into it. That would have gone quick to slip had he nicked that.
Good again. First thing Middlesex got to do is strike the boundaries. Stop those boundary balls getting away. This is very similar now to Angus Fraser was sat on the tent day 2, and Worcestershire just closing on the Middlesex first inning score. 30 or 40, 30, 20, 10, they're in the lead. Just every single run was at a premium. Every single boundary was like, well, you can't bowl it there. So both sets of bowling lineups probably walk away from this game feeling they could have done better. It's extraordinary to say in a low-scoring game. Can Middlesex really come to the party with the ball and get it right? That's what they have to do. If they can, and they're very capable of it, if they can get that ball on the top of the off stump, draw up the boundary balls, then it becomes a tight game, even still for this last 60 runs, 59 runs. A lot depended on that man, all his experience. Slow ball, looking for the Yorker.
Well, he's a multi-format bowler. Yardev actually had a decent IPL, didn't he? Started off the season really well in the IPL as a new ball bowler. He gets a lot of wickets in the power play. But he's obviously got a few tricks, got a few changes of paces if he needs them. That one was probably picked quite early by Haynes. It was quite an obvious change of pace.
One's come of the over, looking for another maiden.
The Yardev's been the one seamer to really keep the runs down. You look at the experienced guys that have been here for a while. Murtaugh's gone at 6.3, Roland Jones 7.1, Helm 6.1, and he's gone at under 3 and over. He's been head and shoulders above the rest.
This is his 5th over of this spell, isn't he? He opened up with 4, I think. Maiden it is, but can he keep going? Heat is on here at Northwood, 175 for 2. Can they get another one out of him at this stage? Who do they go back to if not? I guess it's almost worth the gamble of again going back to that Roland Jones Helm axis, just seeing if the height of those two can unsettle this new partnership now. 8 from 26, that's more like what Middlesex will want to see for the scoring rate.
To be fair to Taylor Cornell, he showed a very good defence in this innings, off front and back foot. Generally, had to play off the back foot a bit more. I think they could have maybe brought him forward more. But he's looked pretty solid, not too many alarms.
That Derbyshire score, Guest and Deploy have managed to get things settled. Brooke Guest, Lewis Deploy. Guests on 77, Deploy 72. They came together with the score 36 for 4 against Durham. They're 185 for 4 now, leading by 172 at Chesley Street. And if they pick up the win, Glamorgan pick up a win, and Worcestershire see this one home. The top of Division 2 looks incredibly tight.
Yeah, this will be a massive win for Worcestershire if they can get over the line. Third win for them, they'll be right back in the hunt. Be a bit of a blow for Middlesex because they would have felt at the start of the innings that they would have been favourites to win. Middlesex got a couple of big games coming up as well. The good news for them is they've played Nottinghamshire twice, the top team already. They've got Sussex at Lords next, which will be a game they will really hope to win. And Durham away. They can win one of those, maybe win and a draw. 2 wins would be ideal, obviously, but a win and a draw puts them in a decent position, you'd say, for the final 3 games in September to try and finish in the top 2. That's why this game was so vital. You'd have said Middlesex can win 2 of the 3. The game against Sussex at home and Durham away, that would be a very good return for them heading into the break. It's looking like this one is drifting away.
They've never lost here, Middlesex. That was why, again, you kind of felt 236. They know how to bowl on this surface. They know how to bat on this surface. Felt as though they'd done a lot of the work.
Oh, a big appeal, that's full. I think it just pitched outside leg.
That was close, wasn't it? Very, very close. Have a look and see if it just dropped outside leg. As you say, the fullness of length was giving it the chance. He'd gone a long way across as well. Yeah, just pitching outside leg. I don't think you'd even have got the umpire's call on that one. Going upstairs.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens for Middlesex. First time that's happened in the innings. Might be a case of too little too late though in terms of building up pressure. Unfortunately, that Ed Pollock knock for the home side looks like it's done terminal damage to them. 113 off 77 balls.
It is Roland Jones who they go back to. I think it was the man they had to. Hasn't had his best day with the ball. But he remains one of the best in the country. We've got to hope that he can find a spell. We have seen it a couple of times this year where he's had an unusually rusty start to a day or an innings.
Yeah, that was a big moment, I think, in the innings, wasn't it? Toby Rowland-Jones opening up from the Benham end, and his first 2 overs went for 20-odd and was taken out of the attack. It was a big statement of intent from both Worcestershire openers, not just Ed Pollock, but Jake Libby as well. He scored quickly at the beginning, and that just set the tone, didn't it, for a fantastic run chase so far. You do wonder, don't you? I think Ed Pollock would play that way anyway, because that's the kind of player he is. But Libby was positive as well at the beginning, and I do get the sense when you watch the England Test side and the way that they play now and the way that they approach run chases and batting in general in the longer format, you do seem to think that it could be a seminal moment in Test cricket in the longer format in the way that people bat. I think it's going to rub off on a lot of different teams. People are going to see that and think, well, why can't we bat like that? Why can't we put the pressure back on the bowling side? Who's to say when you go out and you're chasing the highest score of the game in the fourth innings, who's to say you can't do it? Just go out there and be positive and approach it in that mindset. And often the bowling side and the fielding side can wilt. We saw that in the New Zealand series, didn't we? England, New Zealand and India as well to a certain degree. Just think it's changed things for a while now. See so many teams. You saw it in first-class cricket the week after. A few high scores chased, or at least high scores were almost chased in some cases.
Yeah, it was Australians, wasn't it, who really changed things the last time in Test cricket when they pushed the scoring rates to, what, 4 and over? 3.5, 4 and over. Is it Mark Taylor's side in the Alan Border era, maybe the start of the Mark Taylor era? Of course, they did have a formidable team to do it with. Bazball going to push Test cricket on once more. They wanted to put the pressure on, didn't they? Score at 4 and over. That changed Test cricket back in the 90s. Guess it was about time 30 years later there was some sort of evolution. T20's just given the game a little bit of a jog. We've seen it at county level for years, haven't we, in terms of the chases that are possible now, that you do see, these record chases.
Nice shot. Ease through the gap off the back foot. Not going to go all the way. And it's just going to be 2 for Taylor Cornell, who's done a good job for his side here. Just picked off the 1s and 2s and the odd boundary when he can. He's looked good off the back foot in particular. 60 more needed now. And we've got 12 overs still until the tea break.
Lovely shot of the school there from Greg on the camera. Done for the summer last week. Cricket's come across the summer, of course, here on the Manny pitches. 8 in total they've got. That indoor school, as we were told yesterday, being built for Middlesex to use throughout the winters. Who came across, Phil? He promised us tea today, Floydie. He brought us the big news of the indoor school that's being built in a partnership between Middlesex and MTS over on the far side of the ground towards the lake end, where Middlesex will have a new indoor home here at MTS, and the link up with the school. I brought him news of the tiramisu that we got at Radlett. Promises scones for tea today.
Ooh, now I'm excited. Stop me going over to the ice cream van if that happens. Or I might still do that, actually. Well bowled, good length. And he's stuck in his crease there. I tell you what, I mean, I know this pitch has not been what we're used to expecting. There's my ice cream van, just over the back there. What a great day for an ice cream. I think I will go over there. Maybe ice cream with a scone. Quite nice.
Oh, look, you're allowed to do your own. You're allowed to do your own chocolate sauce on the top.
I wonder if he's got salted caramel.
Oh no, not everybody's allowed to do their own.
Shot. Just a back foot punch. This time he goes to the right-hand side of Luke Holman at cover. That was glorious.
Yeah, and the last 2 shots we've seen punched away, it was 3 the previous one, or 2, wasn't it? That one punched away. It was a little bit wide, wasn't it? Frustrate helm. There was width on that one. But proper shots. I think that's what Middlesex would have hoped to have asked more of from Worcestershire. On then, see what proper shots he can come up with.
Similar delivery, just a little bit straighter. It's a real area of strength, isn't it, for Haynes? Plays that nicely with a straight bat. I mean, I know obviously in the context of county cricket, this is not, you know, one of the best pitches in the country, obviously, but it's still made for a fantastic game. And you can imagine as well, playing on this as a school child. Unbelievable to have these kind of facilities, this kind of a pitch, as a 15, 16-year-old batting on this every week. Wow. And again, this time he opens the face a little bit and he goes behind square. This is high quality batting.
It's a little bit of width again from Tom Helm. Margins are fine now for Middlesex. Quite a long hop, was it? It wasn't that wide, but the confidence is with Worcestershire. The pressure is on Middlesex. 52 more needed.
Yeah, there was a bit of width, but not a huge amount there on that occasion. Just glorious hand-eye coordination, timing. And then he clips away to the leg side. He's going to be another couple here for Haynes, who's moved swiftly on to 16 now. And that target getting closer and closer for Worcestershire. Just 50 away now.
Yeah, you said it, 30 runs from these two and the game's gone. Well, they've got 21 of them. Middlesex trying their hardest. They've gone back to the big two in terms of the tall two, Helm and Roland Jones. You could either call them the big two in terms of reputation when you've got Mercer and Yadav as well. I think they've just got to continue to probe away. Skipper Mercer with the two seam strike bowlers that he's got at his disposal. Taking out one of the slips into a short extra cover.
Does seem as though now the ball's going a bit softer, isn't it? It's not doing quite so much off the seam. It's not bouncing as much. You're not getting the variable bounce that we saw a little bit of earlier. You feel like Middlesex have just missed the boat, really, missed their opportunity. And there was a bit in this pitch early on, and unfortunately they got Ed Pollocked, who came in and just had a day, didn't he? Had a day out. Superb knock.
In that extra cover, they've taken out second slip. It's I'm just saying to Roland Jones, he's going to have to go a little bit fuller on the off stump, give him that protection. Just looking at the falls wicket, talks about Middlesex being 93 for 7. That was the 32nd over. And after that, the last 3 wickets added 95 runs over the next 30 overs nearly. Just backs up your point about this ball game. A little bit softer already now. Worcestershire's first innings, they were 5 down by the 20th. It took Middlesex another 40 overs to wrap up the bottom 5. Middlesex, of course, had Holman at 7 and Yadav at 10. Putting together lower order runs against that older ball in the Middlesex second innings. Traditionally, there are a lot of bowlers who actually are not particularly interested until the ball has 30 overs on it. Gareth Berg, for example, former Middlesex man, went on to Hampshire and Northamptonshire. He actually said he was happiest with the ball 50 overs olds. Really liked the feel of it by that point. Felt he could get the best out of it for his game. You know, Brian was overseas in 2010. Said, yeah, 30 overs old. Sometimes the ball really started to feel like it was coming to life at that point. But has been a case of 20, 30 overs old this year, and the ball feels as though it's been done a little bit.
Good delivery that. Just made Cornwall look a bit uncomfortable there. He almost tried to work to leg, got an outside edge down a third man. That's another run. I'll tell you what will be interesting, Handy, quite possibly, is the return fixture between these two sides. Worcestershire, if they win this, they'll be closing rapidly on Middlesex in the table. The final game of the season, Middlesex against Worcestershire from New Road. Could be a lot riding on that. Could well be second place up for grabs, or even top spot, you never know, but certainly could be in play. Right, this looks like the last throw of the dice for Middlesex. Sam Robson with a bit of leg spin, giving it a big rip, isn't he, there? Tell you what, he has been known to pick up the old wicket, Robbo, like in, not just in pre-season. He had a pre-season game once, I seem to remember, against Surrey when he picked up a few wickets, and in the county championship as well. He's picked up the odd one.
Yeah, it was the COVID year at the Oval, wasn't it, where he brought the game to life and picked up a couple of wickets out of nowhere, and all of a sudden Middlesex blazed home to victory.
It's not a bad start. Slightly offline, clipped away comfortably by Cornwall. So Sam Robson has taken 8 wickets in first-class cricket. An average of 35. Not too bad. Every time he's come on, he's generally been okay. Gives it a rip, which is important. And again, not bad. Haynes has been very good since he came in. 17 off just 24. He's been proactive, put the bad ball away. It's meant that they haven't got stuck. Cornwall now is also picking up the singles. He's been very watchful though overall, 19 off 73. Had Haynes come in and not been so proactive, they could have got a bit stuck. But he's made sure he's kept the score ticking over. Hint of turn there perhaps, a little bit.
The headline on Crick Info for that match: Middlesex stun Surrey as Sam Robson's spin sets up final day heist.
It's well played. Getting warm applause from the Worcestershire bench, these two, for this over. They've not tried to do anything silly. They've just waited for the ball and taken the singles and off for 4 of them so far. Good batting. Good sensible batting. Oh, that's a good spot to put it into, isn't it? Near that foothold, bit of turn there. Over bowled. 193 for 2.
Sam Robson picked up Jordan Clark, caught and bowled, and Dan Moriarty LBW. And he had 3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for none.
Probably would have been a good time to retire from all bowling at that point, wouldn't it? Just hang up your boots, that's it, I'm done. 3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for none. Decent delivery that. Honing in on that off stump, but again, this pitch seems to have flattened out a bit. The ball's gone a bit softer. It's lost its edge. Haven't seen much variable bounce like we did in the first session of the day, really, first session and a bit. Now, if you're going to be ultra critical, really the way that Middlesex teams have bowled in the last few overs, in particular Toby Rowland-Jones, this is what they needed at the beginning of the innings. It's just a bit too short early on. Rowland-Jones has hit his straps now, but you feel it's too late. Bowling a good line and length at the moment. Just got put off by the ultra aggressiveness of Ed Pollock. Too many times you saw the ball sail out the park, short deliveries. He was able to just pull the ball away like that. Although this is going to be a chance. It's going to be a wicket. Would you believe it? He has bounced out. Jack Haynes, he's fallen into the trap. He will be sick with himself. But Middlesex have a third.
Yeah, it's not what Worcestershire to welcome. They're nearly there, but they don't want to let Middlesex build any pressure. Let's have a look at the short ball. It wasn't bad from Rowland-Jones, at the chin at least, of Haynes. Perhaps a little carried away with it. That mantra that they went out with from the off. Anything short, anything full, anything wide, they're going after it, and they did. Perhaps not the way they need to see it over the line. Worcestershire, and that just slowed them down one final time. What have they got? 45 runs to play with Middlesex. This will be the first innings of the match. There hasn't been a collapse, unless Middlesex can force one now. Could there be one final twist? 74 balls Cornwall's been out there. In fact, that very first morning, I remember Mike Selvey was the co-com on the first morning and talks about, he's not interested in number of balls faced, he's interested in time in the middle. How long did he spend out there? And Cornwall now, he's been out there for such a long time, hasn't he? He's done a fabulous job for his side. Needs to hang on through to the close now, just make sure that he anchors this innings over the line. It's Oliveira. Was bumped out by Helm, lifting ball in the first innings. That's what they're looking for from these two, or were looking for these two taller bowlers, Helm and Rowland-Jones. You wonder again now, with that fall of the wicket, does it change the mindset using Robson? Do they think, well, actually, go on, one final throw of the dice, who can come on, who can try and do something?
Yeah, it might do. Might be worth just batching away with Yadav or Helm or someone like that.
It's all bowled again, isn't it? That's whether they produce some sort of stunning fight back here or not. They will know that they did not start this innings well, Middlesex. If they walk off with defeat from a game that it felt as though Yadav's heroics with the bat this morning looked as though it had won, then yeah, they will be really kicking themselves.
Well, this will be the comeback to end all comebacks if Middlesex could win from here. Really would be, especially now that the pitch is not playing up like it was earlier. And Brett D'Oliveira is in very good form. The new skipper of the 4-day side. 560 runs at an average of 62, 300s already this season. It's been very impressive from him. Well done, Rowland-Jones. Good over that wicket maiden. Possibly again, though, too little, too late. Just 45 required now. And we still have handy 7 overs until tea. It's possible they could get over the line before then.
Yeah, good from Rowland-Jones. In fact, apologies, it was Rowland-Jones that picked up D'Oliveira in the first innings for 5. Caught Holman, bowled Rowland-Jones. This innings, Pollock scored 113 off 77 deliveries. So other than that, 80 runs have been scored. Runs have been scored otherwise. So here's Robson continuing. Gets away with that one. Ooh, short. Too turn, but too short. I'll pick up a single. Of course, we were together for that Leicestershire game when a couple of rank long hops from Luke Holman picked up wickets. Bad balls take wickets. Robson will insist some good ones do as well. Got a feeling of those wickets at the Oval as well that he picked up. They may well have been ranked long hops as well, forcing an error from the batter, an error of judgment, breaking concentration. Has worked hard, very hard on his leg spin though, Robson.
He clearly enjoys it, doesn't he? It's always nice when you're a batsman and you can just develop that side of your game, have two strings to your bow, keeps you in the side a lot of the time if you get up to a good enough level.
Oh dear. That slips out and is paddled away by D'Oliveira for a boundary. 198 for 3.
Very calmly played, wasn't it, by the Worcester captain? Could have easily just tried to whack this over cow corner, but instead he just saw the gap, used the pace, paddled it around, and it raced away.
The modern game, eh? Oh, goes for it again. No, gets it away again. Goodness me, that was really quite the shot. Another 4. 200 up, 202 for 3.
Well, he was down really early here. Watch this. This was premeditated almost, and then he realised it was a bit shorter than he was hoping for, and he almost decapitated himself trying to play the shot anyway. It's like a dill scoop, wasn't it? D'Oliveira scoop.
His grandfather, of course, was the original Basil D'Oliveira. Now that goes up in the air, and Helm is underneath it. Oh, and it goes down. I thought he had it. I think he thought he had it as well. It squirts through.
Sam Robson will be reminding him about this later on over a beer, I think. A rare, what would have been a 9th first-class wicket for Sam Robson. Helm did the hard work by getting there, got 2 hands to it almost. He didn't quite get there, did he? He might have come off the fingertips a bit. He had done the hard work by getting around. Robson is saying, you denied me a wicket. And I'm sure Tom Helm will say, well, you've denied me a few, mate, in the slips. So it goes in swings and roundabouts, doesn't it?
205 for 3. 33 to win. Checks the drive on that one. Oh, it just keeps low. Kept out by D'Oliveira. Robson in a silly mid-off.
Swung a long way though, hasn't it? Swung out the hand. Haven't seen that at all really today, apart from the first over from Murta maybe. Swung a long way and went down leg side.
.31 to win for Worcestershire. A remarkable chase here. We see plenty of remarkable chases. The 380 chases that we've seen. Middlesex chasing down 380 at Sussex. Record run chase for them. 238 about to be chased in a very low scoring game here at Merchant Taylors. Oh, that slapped. Slaps hard. Stoneman close enough to hold him just a single, in fact. Cry of keeper. Here's just the one. End of the over. 41 done. 208 for 3. 30 to win. And 6 overs to tee. On the third day, we did fancy that if Pollock kept going, they'd have it done by tee. Robson's going to keep going. Another over of leg spin for him. Interesting they're keeping Roland Jones going at the same time as Robson. Especially with the workloads that they have nowadays and talk about. Roland Jones for sure will be in action next week against Sussex, visiting Lords. In fact, let's have a look and see how Sussex are getting on. They racked up 500.
Yeah, it might be a question now of maybe taking him out the firing line and just accepting that this one's gone. Maybe a bit of Luke Holman to finish, give him a few more overs. Holman and Robson let the seamers rest. And Mashadov obviously has been taken off now, and he hasn't bowled too many overs, so he should be fine for next week.
Cut away for 4, little late cut. Dabbed at it really. Timed it nicely either way.
Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira looks keen to get this over and done with fairly quickly here, the skipper. Doesn't want to hang around too long, and why not? He wants to be there at the end too to complete what would be a fantastic run chase from Worcestershire. You've got to give them a lot of credit here. Bowling hasn't been up to scratch as to what you'd expect from Middlesex, but take nothing away from the batting, particularly Ed Pollock, who's transformed this whole game in the short space of, what, 28 overs. But also Jake Libby, he started off really positively. Cornell's been very solid at the other end and let the other attacking players do their thing. And then Haynes and D'Oliveira have come in and continued the positivity of Pollock. 2 there, well run. Bit of a misfield. It's going to be more as well. That sums up the day for Middlesex. It's going to go for 4 overthrows. Would you believe it? I think that's going to be 6. So Worcestershire now rushing to their victory. That was pretty ragged. Second time we've seen 4 overthrows today.
Yep, saw it in the first innings as well. But ultimately, the performance of the ball. Umpires coming together to have a chat.
Should be 6. Surely they were coming back for a second and then went for 4 overthrows. Five given. I'm confused. Maybe I don't know the rules anymore, but that's the second time this has happened where I'm pretty sure they were coming back for 2. The ball was thrown for 4 overthrows and they've given it 5 rather than 6.
Cut fine. Good stuff from Roland Jones, still fighting hard. that Sussex game, just in case this is over in a flash, because they're next up at Lords. 588 for 9, 150 from Tom Alsop. Leicestershire in reply. 388 for 4 after 111. 100 for Kimber, 88 unbeaten for Ackerman, 99 for Patel at the top. Works fine, they'll pick up a couple. 2-2-1 for 3, very nearly there now. 17 to win.
And Taylor Cornell has just equalled his highest score in first-class cricket, 25. He'll be desperate to be there at the end. Big moment for him if he can be part of a run chase and be the man who gets them over the line. He's just anchored the innings, batted sensibly, given what's been happening around him. Looks to have a very good defence, one for the future maybe for Worcestershire. I'm sure he'll open up and score a bit quicker as he gets more confident and more games under his belt.
That is hit hard, and Stoneman can't stop it. Good chase given, 225 for 3. Worcester skippers on to 26.
He really threw some weight behind this, didn't he? There we go, quick hands, just swiveled, hit it down as well. Made sure there was no chance of a repeat of the Jack Haynes dismissal. Top edge to Stoneman, he rolled the wrist on those.
Oh, leading edge. Picks up a single through the covers. It's that Pollock innings, just reflecting back on it, you know, the way that the start of each innings have been so incredibly difficult, including that, again, the 50 partnership for the start of the Middlesex second innings. It took all the might of Robson and Stoneman to resist and to dig in. It was tough. Pollock just came out and played a game of his own at the start of this innings and almost took that 20-30 over period at the start of the innings out of the equation. So, right, this ball's going, come what may.
Yeah, it was an incredible innings, wasn't it? Just no fear shown whatsoever, and I think that's a good way to go about it. If you're an attacking batsman and you've got shots like that, and you can play like that, you've got a relatively small target, somewhere in the region of 250 or below, then why not throw caution to the wind? As long as you've got a willing partner who can stay with you, put the opposition under pressure.
Slow ball into the block hole from Roland Jones.
And that's what he did, didn't he? He put Middlesex under pressure immediately, and they didn't have an answer today. The seamers, who bowled really well in the first innings here, suddenly made it look like a different pitch by the way he played. Just with that mentality change. Won't come off every time, but this was a situation to give it a go, and it really did come off. And now, I think a lot of people will be looking at Ed Pollock's name in the papers every morning, see how many he's got, how quickly he's got them. He's an exciting player, kind of player that will get bums off seats.
I think that's what will really frustrate Middlesex, though, is that they'll feel that they didn't ever really work him over on a pitch that was doing a bit. That bad start they had with the ball, they just didn't recover from it. And that crucial new ball period is completely negated by the onslaught of Pollock, whilst Middlesex weren't themselves producing anywhere close to what they'd have wanted to have done. I think they'll really beat themselves up over that.
I think the inquest for Middlesex after this is, what could we have done in the face of such an onslaught? What did we get wrong? Could we have changed the way we bowled? we've changed the bowlers who were on, field placings. There's the school, lovely sight. Really big grounds here, quite a few pitches they've got knocking around. Very nice pan out that by Greg. And I think what they'll have to look at closely is the lengths that they bowled at in the first few overs. Seem to bowl very short. If you think about all the fours that were hit in the first 10 overs, from not just from Ed Pollock, who pulled a lot of deliveries, didn't he? A couple of cut shots too, but Jake Libby as well. Maybe 3 shots off the back foot through the covers before lunch. It just allowed them to get away. Pressure was off immediately. Set the tone for the rest of the innings. That was a key moment, wasn't it? Those 12 overs before lunch. Quite unlike the Middlesex seam bowlers this season. They've generally been on the money, rarely give things away. Even Murtagh was expensive today. They just got it wrong. I think they'll admit that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any hiding place for the bowlers off the back of this strong quartet. Got it badly wrong in this innings. Yadav came in and brought some control. Actually helmed it as well, didn't he? Edged an overslip. Bobby White throwing up her hands. Glove was thrown out by Simpson, but 4 more, 231 for 7. For 3 even.
Wishful thinking there, Handy.
7 to win.
Did that come off the glove of John Simpson? Not too sure if there was a slight defection there. From Taylor Cornwell's point of view, done all this hard work, don't get out now. He's just got his highest score in first-class cricket. He's been there 88 balls. Don't get out now. Definitely not to a part-time leg spinner. Make sure you get over the line. Don't get too carried away here.
Low full toss. Actually, it was quite a high full toss in the end, wasn't it? Yeah, going back to what you're saying about Pollock as well. Someone like Paul Sterling, you go back to changing face of first-class cricket, Test cricket, as we've seen, playing the way that they do. Oh.
Googly.
Robson's googly. Yep, he's capable of it, all right.
Wasn't picked either. Put it right in the right area.
Yeah, fine work from Robson, who is to bowl at the Lake End. Mick Holman walks across, take off the hat and hand it to umpire Bainton to see this to the end now, which is not far away, 7 runs. Yeah, I think when Stokes made those comments, it was during the Nottinghamshire game, and you had Hamid on one side and Robson and Stoneman on the other. Now, Stoneman is a positive, aggressive player, isn't he? But Robson and Hamid would perhaps be more in the more traditional opening mould. Message clearly sent by the England captain about the way you go about your game. Well, Pollock's done it here, and to great reward. It should have been a tricky chase. Pollock has seen Worcestershire do it at a canter. Holman from around the wicket. I was him where he bowled well before lunch. Luke Holman back for a 6th over here. Came down the hill from the Benham end after lunch.
I must say, I thought they would persist with him from the Lake End, specifically to the 2 left-handers that really got big turn a couple of times.
Yeah, against Pollock in particular, from around the wicket, trying to hit those footholes. I mean, two things about it. Some days you just got to say, look, we got done by the opposition. They did. They got done by Ed Pollock, but the frustration again will just be, it felt like from the off it was a little bit too easy for him. They kind of played it into his hands. The lines and lengths that they bowled just weren't as consistent as they should have been. Oof, Holman again showing, I think, that this should have been a tricky chase for Worcestershire. It's been anything but, thanks to Ed Pollock. 232 for 3.
And I think also the next time that Middlesex play here at Merchant Taylor's in a 4-day game, need to think about giving Luke Coleman a few more overs from the lake end, especially if you've got left-handers in. Seems to be a lot more turn that end for him.
Yeah, and again, that's where Baker bowls all of his overs. Just a single, 5 to win. 233 for 3. Technically, this is the final over before tea. 33 remaining in the day. Thought the umpires will let them go on. Is that the googly again? Smothered it.
I think it was. He lands it pretty nicely, doesn't he? Both of them on a good length. That one was even better than the first one in terms of where he pitched it.
So assuming Derbyshire go on against Durham, and Glamorgan looking very good against Nottinghamshire. Cat really is amongst the pigeons for the top 5, 2 of that top 5 to go up this year now. Final game of the season, as we mentioned, at New Road between these two. Set hit away, just a single out to deep square though, but similarly Durham and Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, if they're pulled back into it by the by a Glamorgan victory this week, it really will be. Well, it'll be all eyes on New Road from the other 3. See how these two are going and where they are into that final round. It could be quite the scrap. Two to win.
And that's why Middlesex will be kicking themselves with this opportunity that they've missed today. Was a decent one, wasn't it, at the start of this innings? It's been ripped away from them. Gonna have to come back hard again against Sussex next week. That's the big game now, isn't it? Sussex at home at Lords. Side that have not started too well this season. Down near the bottom of the table, second bottom at the moment, only Leicestershire behind them. That's a game that Middlesex will be desperate to win. They'll feel like they almost have to win that. It's almost a must win, isn't it? Because they will have lost 2 out of their last 3 going into that game after this. Really important they bounce back straight away.
It'd be amazing if Glamorgan do pull off that victory against Nottinghamshire. North East and Root together at the moment, 30 and 21 respectively. 335 ahead. Nottinghamshire 285 all out in their first innings. Top score of 80 from Montgomery, 70 from Hamid. 1 to win here. It's not that one. 4 for Hogan. 4 for James Harris. 4 for 65. In that game at Cardiff. Nisa and Lloyd and Salter completing the attack. Derbyshire get it over Durham as well, then say the next couple of weeks. Sussex at Lords, Durham at Chesley Street. Middlesex will be feeling a little bit of pressure to win those to take into September. Another dot ball. Holman's not going to let him do it easily. Gets it through that time. And there's the cheer from the visiting dressing room. And there they are. Hugs and high fives all round, and rightly so. What a chase that is. 238 for 3, a 7-wicket win in, well, an extraordinary way. Ed Pollock hitting it an amazing century, and pretty flattening one for Middlesex, you'd have to imagine. They really should have been heavy favourites coming into the day. Yardav's runs this morning should have made them heavy favourites coming into this innings, but it's Oliveira with 33 at the end, topping it up, seeing it over the line, and a patient 31 from 98 from Cornwall. But that century, though, from Pollock was, well, stand out in the innings, pretty much stand alone in the match. We saw a cameo from Yardav doing something similar, but not to that extent, and not against a new ball, as Pollock did it in a very, very useful, highly regarded, highly respected new ball attack in English cricket.
Magnificent run chase, really was. Feels as though the England Test side have just galvanised batting units all over the country. They believe they can chase anything on any pitch. You'd have said that Middlesex were favourites at the start of that chase, given the conditions and given what we'd seen in the first 3 innings. Ball was still moving around a bit, seaming around, a bit of indifferent bounce at the start of the day, even going into the beginning of this session. But the way that Ed Pollock batted just took that out of the equation. Really was very impressive stuff, fearless stuff really. And Worcestershire, I hope they go and have a big night tonight, that squad, because they deserve it. Get back to Worcester, get into Bushwhackers and have a good time.
Hotel's booked still tonight, isn't it? Watch out, Watford.
Good point, yeah, they might be staying here. They might feel like they need to go back home and celebrate up there. That's a really, really good win for them. It puts them right amongst it in terms of the top 2 chase. And also, next time they go out and chase as well, that will stand them in good stead. They will feel like they can chase anything after that. Middlesex, well, they're going to have to think long and hard about that and where it went wrong. I think it was all pretty much going to plan up until the last innings. And at least then you can target what it is you need to look at. I think the bowlers, for once, it doesn't happen too often really with Middlesex, but the bowlers probably can take that one on the chin and accept they didn't get it right in that innings of 46.4 overs. Worcestershire, their target of 238. We thought it would be a struggle. It wasn't. 46.4 overs. Ed Pollock, 113 off just 77 balls, his second first-class century. And the rest of the division will sit up and take notice after that. For Middlesex, handy, very important next 2 games before the break. Sussex at home, Durham away.
Yeah, I think massively important. And, you know, they'll look back at that. Pollock was 100 on the ball by the time Yadav there bowled his 5th over. He bowled 4 overs, and there was a centurion out in the middle. So I think that's one of the moments that Middlesex will look back on and think, well, could they have deployed better? But at the end of the day, you're still talking about Roland Jones, Helm and Mercer. They just didn't get it right, did they? And to put it into perspective as well, you know, they chased 238 in a tricky batting surface. You know, there was quite rightly lavish praise on Middlesex chasing 370 against Sussex in a relatively high-scoring game down at Hove, and that was a record chase against Sussex, or does it sit 5th highest by Middlesex in their history, and they chased. So to chase 238 here, win by 7 wickets on a seam-friendly surface where the bounce is inconsistent, that's where Middlesex are really going to look and think, how has that not been won? They'd have felt confident overnight, they'd have felt even more confident with those Yadav runs this morning. And you know, you look at those scores otherwise, 62 Holman, 69 unbeaten Barnard, Holman 46 again, all at strike rates of somewhere around 50. But Pollock 113 off 77. Rode his luck a little bit at times, didn't he? But you have to when you go out and play that way. But did Middlesex give themselves every chance against Pollock? And I think the answer's no. And that's what they'll be beating themselves up about at the moment.
Okay, so that's the final analysis then. Worcestershire have beaten Middlesex today by 7 wickets with a fantastic run chase of 238. If you want a bit more reaction, go over to Middlesex's Twitter feed, and they'll be shortly posting a video of myself and Kevin just wrapping up the day and the game. And of course, we'll be back with further live streaming. The next game is on Tuesday, Middlesex taking on Sussex, and that game is back at the home of cricket, back at Lord's. Hopefully, we'll get some cracking weather like we have done over the last 3 days. But thanks very much for watching. We'll see you again soon.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
I'm excited to introduce our vision for the Julian Hill Cricket Centre. We're building a world-class cricket facility for the school and the community, which will complement our outdoor cricket facilities, arguably the best school grounds in the country. This wonderful project will not only transform our cricket provision, but also have a major impact on our future bursary offering and provide great enhancements for hockey at Merchant Taylors.
The space is going to be really special. We have 5 indoor cricket lanes dedicated to the surfaces that the boys will play on outside. The 3 lanes beside the hockey pitches will be fast bowling lanes, where the ball will be a bit bouncier and it will actually zip through a bit and challenge our batters. And the outside 2 lanes will be nets that will take a bit more spin. They won't bounce as much, so we feel like it'll be a good challenge of bat and ball, and a unique opportunity for the boys to train and learn in different facilities. We'll also be purchasing a Truman bowling machine, which presents a visual hologram to the batter and allows them to decide whether to come forward or go back, and then to attack or defend, which I feel will prepare our batters better than any schoolboy cricketer in the area.
I think the quality of coaching at Merchant Taylors is brilliant, because in the first team we get 3 or 4 coaches with you at every training session. We get 2 or 3 Middlesex county cricketers that come and coach us every week. And apart from that, every now and again we get an international cricket team. So we had Australia and England come during the World Cup, and then they'll give you some coaching practice there as well. And throughout the season we have a lot of external coaches as well, so you couldn't ask for more. So in the new centre we have a video analysis system, and that means that you're going to get filmed while you're bowling and while you're batting, and you'll be able to review that throughout the training session, and it'll give you a great sense of what you need to improve on throughout the season.
A feature of Merchant Taylors School is identifying and nurturing potential. Whether that's in the classroom, playing a musical instrument, or on the sports pitches, the Julian Hill Cricket Centre will allow every cricket enthusiast to train indoors, not just elite players already marked out for the first 11.
I'm really excited about this new cricket centre because we only have 1 session a week this time, and I hope that I can improve my skills by playing more so I can get better and get into the A team.
Our first principle in building the Julian Hill Cricket Centre is that Merchant Taylors cricketers will have all the access they need. Our second principle is that this should be a cricket centre for the entire community. With 5 lanes available during the week and at the weekends, we will make the centre available for external users to train in. Whether it is a local club team, the Old Merchant Taylors Cricket Club, Middlesex County Cricket Club, or visiting international sides.
So the indoor training centre will be great for us as Sunrisers to use. At the moment we're training over at Finchley and sometimes up in Chelmsford and sometimes over in Cambridge. So it'd be great to be able to use the facilities here more often and hopefully have the school as a base with the great facilities that they have.
When I returned to Middlesex in the position as Managing Director of Cricket back in 2009, Middlesex youth sides were already playing here on Sunday afternoons, and having spent some time up here watching them play, speaking to Richard Ale and the groundsman, seeing the magnificent facilities that are available, it encouraged me to start bringing our professional staff here, and we've been coming here regularly ever since. We play first-class matches on the field behind me and had a very good record here. The pitches that they produce have been outstanding, and again the grass facilities and the marquee that we use in March are outstanding too, and give the team excellent preparation for the season. The facility that is going to be built here is going to be right up there with the best in the country.
Obviously we've been based at Lords for a long time, and that's obviously a big part of Middlesex history, but as a playing group to have a home away from Lords with all the facilities you need, have that indoor school, have all the analysis facilities we need to perform at the highest level is going to be a great opportunity for us all, and something all the players are really excited to get involved with.
Yeah, we absolutely love coming to Merchant Taylors as a squad. It's always been a special place. I remember as an under-10 coming in and playing one of the smaller pitches over on the far side, and to have sort of played up through the ranks and to play some first team games here has been really special.
So the cricket centre will be really beneficial for our hockey players. It's going to be situated adjacent to the hockey pitch, the water-based pitch we're still on at the moment, where the OMT club play and the school play a lot of their fixtures. The balcony that's going to run alongside the pitch is going to be covered, so nice shelter during the winter months for our parents and spectators. So yeah, really good place to watch the game, also maybe some video analysis from up there as well. There's going to be changing rooms that lead out onto the hockey pitch, obviously a lot closer to the pitch, and again provide us with space to do some tactics and analysis in there before and after matches.
Your generosity can help us build the finest school cricket facility in the country, with benefits to the whole community, other school sports, while also having a transformational effect on our bursary provision. Lettings income from the centre will be made available for bursaries. This could provide as much as a bursary in each year of the school. To set up an endowment fund to do the same would require in the region of £5.25 million. Together, we can build this world-class cricket centre and open the doors to the centre to those who otherwise would not be able to join the school. Every supporter of this project will be recognised in the building. For major donors, there are opportunities to name parts of the building for you, a family member, or perhaps a friend or a former teacher.
Julian Hill's gift of £1 million has made this project possible, and others have also made very generous pledges. I now ask for the support of the whole community to help us make it a reality. I hope that you will get behind this campaign and help in any way that you can. Thank you in advance for your help.